So today I'm going to continue to follow the steps that I have here, and I'm going to step over the export system and explain like a very superficial view of how Godot handles inputs. So I've put breakpoints on the on some of the functions that I was studying before about the export system and some other functions that allow me to not stop the editor from running and only uh, stop the editor when there is an interaction that I want to understand, which I should have done before, to be honest. But because the thing that I wasn't sure in the beginning is where to put the breakpoints so that the editor doesn't stop running. Because if you put the breakpoint in the middle of the rendering cycle, then it doesn't allow you to open the window, obviously, because to open the window requires a functionality. So you have to find the points that you wanna. Either you find the points where you want to put the breakpoints in such a way that it's only gonna stop the rendering cycle when you interact with Godot, or you put a conditional breakpoint. But conditional breakpoint points are harder because I think that it doesn't allow you to access the classes that they have and stuff like that to check whether, for example, a string name is true or not. But luckily I found a way there now. And the other thing that I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna put a timer here for 2 hours, then probably I'm gonna take a break and then do the remainder of this time here. Not really sure though, I might stop earlier, depending on how tired I get. So the other thing I'm gonna talk about is, so I was able to implement the function here. Next thing that I'm gonna do is just think about this function. So the way that it works, I'm gonna start by explaining this part of the build system because it's relevant to this. So the way that I did here is by changing the code on the main file. I was thinking about doing on the OS file, but then I would have to change the stuff for all the operational systems, and then I realized that I can just do it based on off a macro. So the stuff that I put there is only going to run when you have the editor build and not the engine build, because you can use the macro, and then the macro is set on the build system, which is something that I learned recently as I was thinking about this. So I was thinking about doing another macro for the stuff that I'm doing, but it's kind of more annoying and complicated, so I decided to just put together with the same macro that they do for the editor, which is tools enabled. So the way that it works with scones is that the arguments you pass here when you're compiling is like key value pairs, and scones allows you to get these arguments from these arguments.get here. So basically, as far as I understand now, scones works based on a class called environment, and the environment is going to hold the state of the entire build. So you do a bunch of logic with Python files, with this sconstruct file, which is a special file that scones is going to look for. And you can put other scripts by calling sconstruct, which is like a function that scones is going to parse. So inherently it doesn't have meaning, but because scones opens these files, it checks to see, is it basically parsing these files from the root directory of your project. It allows you to put other scripts, other files with different names. The names that they use here is C sub. So this, for example, is the way that they include other sconstruct or similar types of files. They don't have the Python extension, but they are from scones. So it's basically running Python logic on files that don't have the Py extension, because scones is going to read them and then parse them. And based on the logic you put on these files and the other Python files that they have to help with utility functions, it allows you to build the entire C++ command that you would have to do it manually to compile everything. So it's basically creating the compilation process with Python by building the command, using scones to create a class and manage the state of the class. So the way that they do it with the editor build here is that, so first here they check to see if you pass the targets equal editor, which is basically this key here on when you're calling scones. If you did, they call this function here, which allows them to put these other two Python files as modules by calling this function that they create here, which uses some Python built-in functionality to create modules. So in Python, I'm pretty sure that there's a built-in system for the imports, which uses the sys modules dictionary, which is gonna have the name of the module and this object here that's creating from this spec, has the name and the path. So it's basically building, it's creating a module on Python at runtime, basically. So this allows them to have these two Python files here, but as far as I could see, there is not that relevant to what I'm trying to do. It's more for documentation, these files that they have. So it's basically what I'm doing is just creating another folder, and I'm trying to implement the editor without using the GUI. So I'm gonna explain other stuff that I found there, but let me explain this other stuff first. Other stuff that I thought about. So it's basically these files here, editor builders py, and there's these utility functions here that are used to build documentation. And there's the other one that I'm not gonna look into. But yeah. So basically, they make a value. The zenith base is the environment that they create. So this environment is a class from scones, and it's the main class that they use to build everything. The path here is the environment variables, or the environment path, which is, I think, similar to virtual wave in Python, because the way that it works in Python is that you can have several different environments, and the reason why they do this is because different libraries can have conflicting names. So oftentimes it's better to separate the libraries for each project into their own environments, so you don't cloud the global environment of Python. So basically, this is what this is used for, I think. So they have some stuff here that I don't understand very well, but basically they're initializing first, and then they're putting their own path before the path that was initialized by scones. And the reason why they do that is because scones handles the OS specific stuff related to environments. So like the standard paths, for example, that Windows have, or Linux and Mac, and this kind of stuff. And then they put their path. Prepending just means that, so if you imagine everything as being on the command line as a command, obviously, if you append, you're putting the command after, and if you prepend, you're putting the command before. So a lot of times, or probably I think all the times, the commands that come before have higher order of importance, or yeah, the order matters pretty much. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the reason why they are doing this here. And then here, this class here is just a Python dunder method, because in Python everything is an object, and then what separates the object is the type. So in C++ we have a struct, and the struct is what is considered an object in Python. So one of the values of the struct is a type, and that's what mainly separates everything in Python. And then these dunder methods are used on the type to differentiate what the object is gonna be. And here is basically making part of the class, these methods here, part of this class here, which is the environment, because at some points they're going to use these functions to help them build everything. But that's not very relevant to the stuff that I'm doing now. But basically here they are adding this as a member variable of the environment, which is going to be the target, which is going to be equal to editor. So if you post pass target equals editor, this is going to be true. So that means that what's going to differentiate the editor build from the engine build is basically this variable here. And then based on this editor build, they're gonna put the files, append the files of the editor to be compiled as well. And here is the way that they define the macro, which is tools enabled, on the build. So what this does is that it defines the tools enabled macro on the build time, which means that on the code here, there's several parts. I should have closed all these windows first. The other thing that I did here was put a print statement. So initially I thought that I'm gonna get to this later, actually. I'm gonna close everything, then open again because it's easier. So basically, if you have tools enabled here, at this macro here, so here it looks faded because it seems that it's not gonna, it isn't defined, because the IntelliSense from VS Code can't understand that this is gonna be defined on, it is defined on the build time. So every time you build for the editor, anything that is inside of this if-def tools enabled is gonna be from the editor code. So here you have all the editor imports, and on the rendering cycle and setup and all this stuff, you're gonna have this macro here, which is defined here. And this is the stuff that I was thinking about, that the way that I'm doing now is putting my code inside of this tools enabled macro inside of the main iteration loop, because then if I put inside of the main iteration, I don't have to change each particular OS build, because each OS build uses a different entry point for the cycle, which is dependent on abstract base class called OS, which is the base class for all the operational systems. Then the operational systems derive from that class to specify what's going to happen. And the main function from each one that is going to call the main rendering cycle, which is os.run, is going to be dependent on which OS you are, because the main function, which is the entry point for C++ applications, is different depending on which kind of operational system you're using. And I'm not really sure, but I think this is defined on the build system here. Yeah, it pretty much has to be, because here they define a bunch of stuff that is related to what platform you're using. And there's also some stuff on the build system that they generate a file on runtime, which is one of the main files that is used for the export path there. And the reason why they do that is because of the platform. So each platform has a different way to manage these paths. So one of the main functions that they use on the export system is build on build time is a generator file based on the build system here that is based on what platforms you have on the platform folder, which is on the root directory. This folder here. So they generate at build time because it's more flexible. But basically here they have a bunch of logic that is going to determine how the final command is going to be, because it obviously depends on what kind of compiler you're using, and the compiler you're using is going to be related to the platform you are compiling to, which is the other keyword that you can pass. You can pass platform equals and then whatever the name of the platform, and then they have logic based on that as well. But basically, the thing that I wasn't sure is whether or not, because I didn't want to, because if I put the logic for my stuff on the main iteration, which is so the main is the class, and is the class used to handle the iteration, calls the iteration function, which is the main function that is going to do everything that the rendering cycle has to do. So first it calls main setup, which is from the same class. The class main calls the function setup, which sets everything that the engine is going to need, which also depends on the build, obviously. And then after that, it calls the iteration, which is the main rendering cycle. And then the debate I had in my mind is whether or not you put the code inside of the main iteration, because if I put my code is only supposed to run when you pass this Brahma flag here, as you're executing the editor executable. So on the times that you don't pass this, it would be bad, because then you would still be checking to see. I put a condition there to see whether or not this is true. This is passed as the command line argument, but it still would have the check for the engine build, which means that it would slow down the iteration. But then I thought about it more, and I thought that it didn't make a lot of sense, because even if it was slowing down, it wouldn't be that much, because it's just a simple check. And then if it isn't true, then it's not going to run whatever code I put there. So it doesn't matter that much. But then it's even better this way, because I can put it inside of the macro, what that means is that the macro is the first step of the compilation process. It's just going to replace whatever code you have inside of the macro, if the macro is true, on the actual C++ file. So on runtime, it's not even, if you don't have the macro, it's not even going to have the code, as far as I understand now, the executable. So if you put inside of the macro, it doesn't matter, because it's as if the code doesn't exist. But then I was thinking about whether or not I did my own version here of this. You just copied the way that they did, and I did another macro But then there was some problems, and it decided, because the thing is that there's also this thing, because the way that I'm doing now, every time that I do the editor, I compile for the editor build, I'm gonna have to compile all my code, and that can be not very good, because maybe I don't want to compile to use my code, because I don't know how big it's gonna get, the stuff that I'm gonna put here. So yeah, I'm kind of coupling these things together now, but I think it doesn't matter that much, because even if my code becomes kind of big, it's not gonna surpass the editor, I think, so it's not gonna slow down that much, so I think it doesn't matter. So just for simplicity sake, I'm using the same variable that they are using here to figure out whether or not whether or not Scones is gonna compile the source files that I have there. So here, it's another thing that I was thinking about, but apparently it's not necessary. So the way that they do it here is, as far as I understand, obviously, I can be wrong, but this function is called to add third-party dependencies to the editor, which are this free type and SVG, which they have on the third-party libraries that Scones also uses. So if the library you're building depends on other libraries, you have to add them like this. And I think that these libraries need to be part of the build. If they're not part of the build because of this track here, then I think you have to figure out another way to add. So it's basically adding them to dependency graph from the editor. And they build the editor as a library. And the way they do that is through a command there that I'm going to show. But here is the last check that they do. And if the editor build is true, then they're going to call this file here. And what this does is pretty much, it treats this whatever path you hear, whatever path you pass here, as far as I understand, it's going to treat that file in the same way that it treats the sconstruct file. So in this case, it's calling the editor sc sub file. Just this file here. And then obviously just put my file there as well to follow the same logic. That's basically how they do everything. Each subfolder that they have, they usually put this other file here, and then they compile all the files on the level that that file is at. So this file, it does a bunch of stuff related to the documentation as well, and also has this part, which is the generator file that I was talking about, which is this register exporters, which was a file that I remember seeing at some point in the export cycle. But I don't remember exactly where it was, but I know that it is a file that is going to call other files to set up the export system for each operational system. Oh, yeah, each operational system. So this is register exporters. So this file here, this is the file that is generated through this code here. So yeah. So the way that Scones works is that Scones is gonna automatically find the header files based on the C++ files that you put. So you only have to specify C++ files when you're compiling with Scones. But if you have a situation like this where you don't have I think you don't have the header file. Either you don't have the header file or the C++ file. One of them, I don't know for sure which one. But then in this case, we're gonna have to manually generate the C++ file. And I think that also once the file depends on some configurations on the build time, then you have to do it like this. And I think that the reason why they do like this is because they don't know how many operational systems there are gonna be, just like for flexibility. So yeah, I think that they only have the registers exporters header, and they don't have the C++ file. I think that's what's going on here. So they generate the C++ file at build time, which is this file here. I just include the header here, and then they include based on a loop here of the Xen platform exporter is just going to be the folder of the platforms. So each E is a platform, and then it generates the code based on that there. So it's generating on the platform folder as well, these other C++ files here, and adding them. So this adds the C++ files to the build. Then there's other stuff here related to the documentation. And then here is gonna call the script for all the other subfolders of the editor. But the main line is just these lines here. These are that source files is the thing that is gonna add the C++ files to the build. And when you put the wildcard, it just figures out all the C++ files. I think it's on the same directory, and that's the reason why they put this this scon script thing here, because the other SC sub files are gonna add the other C++ files using the wildcard to the build as well. And that's pretty much it. And then this command here, it creates the library. It makes editor to be a library, and puts the sources that it added here as part of the library here. And then it prepends this. So what this is gonna do, I forgot exactly what command it is, but imagine that they are running, I think they're gonna run make, but it could be CMake as well, but I think it's make. Then you can pass a flag, I think it's L or I, something like that. Then after that, you specify a bunch of libraries. So this is what it's doing here. So it's just gonna pass the flag there. On the final command that scons generate, it's just gonna add, it's gonna link editor as a library from the main code. But what I had to do, I think I created another library actually. Created another library called Brahma, but I used the same, I didn't use the same thing here, but I used the editor build as a condition to check for my stuff. So here basically they're creating this member variable that's part of the env. This import env is just importing the environment that is created on this here, which in this case it clones from the main one at some point here because of the differences in builds from flags, I think. All this stuff here is handling different build systems based on the difference in flags and compilers that the build is going to use. So it checks to see what platform it is, and then it does this other stuff based on the platforms. And at some point, this env is actually the cloned version of the main environment that creates there in the beginning, but it's basically the same thing. So the env base is the main one that it creates in the beginning. Then it creates this clone here, which is basically the same. I think that is probably under the hood creating a reference from env to, or a pointer. So env points to the env base, but I'm not 100% sure. It could be just a copy. So, and this is the one that's is going to be used there on this file, and is adding this as a member variable, and then appending the C++ files to this editor source, and then adding them to the environment with this other command. Then makes the library. And on my stuff, I used the same. I used the editor, and this is the stuff that I was talking about before. Because here, whenever the way that I'm doing now, whenever you're building for the editor system, it's just gonna add all the C++ files that I have here to the build. Just gonna compile, and then I'm linking them as a different library. And this is the stuff that I wasn't sure but I tested to see if it works, and apparently it's working. So here I'm importing the editor node header file. So I wasn't sure if I had to add adds the editor as a dependency of my stuff here in the same way that the editor does with FreeType and the other library, in order to be able to use the editor code. But in the way that I'm doing now, it seems that it's working. So yeah. So even though I'm creating a different library, it works. Yeah, but basically that's it. And once I create the folders here, I'm gonna have to do the same thing that they are doing on the editor. And what I'm thinking about doing, so first I'm gonna explain the exports thing, but the next step is gonna be, I'm gonna think about the layout here, but pretty much I'm thinking about, I have one function that is gonna figure out what's the name of the project. Then based on the name of the project, it's gonna check to see if I have a folder with the same name on the project's folder. And if I don't have the folder, it's just gonna throw an error and stop. or it just maybe it throws an error, and because the way that I did that on the iteration is just gonna quit after it calls this function here that I put here. So this is the main entry point. Let me show on the actual main iteration. So let me. This is the Windows entry point. Eventually calls this function here from the other ones. As I'm gonna step over, I'm gonna go to these functions. I had to remove a bunch of breakpoints, pretty much all of them, to figure this other stuff out. But yeah, so this is the main function that I think is gonna be similar on all different platforms. It's just gonna the OS, the abstract base class, which is the OS. But then depending on which operational system you're using, is going to call the derived one from that. And all of them have this run function. And the run function is the one that is going to contain the main functionality. So the way that it works is it initialize the script here, I think. Then here it processes the events using the Windows window. On Windows, obviously. I'm not really sure about the other ones, but I imagine it's pretty much the same. And it initializes that window on the display server, which happens with the main setup function. And here is the main function responsible for the iteration. So this function returns a Boolean, obviously. And whenever it returns true, it means that the thing should stop. And returns false is to keep going. So if there's a problem, you just return false. So that's what I'm gonna do there. So yeah, what I did is put the condition on a macro at the end of the function here. I put in the end just to make sure that I'm not missing anything by the time that my function runs, because the idea of this function is to use everything from the editor and the configurations of the project to build the assets files without having to use the GUI from the editor if I want to. So it's basically based on the macro here. So this is going to be the main entry point, and then on this main entry point, I'm going to have three different functions, I think. One is going to be the function that sets up the project. So it's going to check to see if there is a subfolder on the projects folder that is equal to the name of the project based on the project settings. Then if that's true, I call another function to build the project, which I have to think about how I'm going to do that. I'm not really sure still. Yeah, this part I'm not really sure because the thing that is difficult is that it depends on how the functions end up being to create things, because I think right now I'm going to skip the step first, and I'm just going to focus on building one project. So I'm going to forget the first step, so I can improve the clarity on what exactly it's going to look like once I understand the flow of creating all the assets files using editor code and the engine code. So I'm just going to use the functions that they use to build the things from the GUI, but I'm going to put them on the functions there. And then I'm going to have an idea of what kind of things, if it makes sense or not to build separate projects, or if it makes sense to just do as one thing and then just manually change the code every time I want to create a different project. I'm not really sure. But basically, if this fails, then I just return false. Maybe it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter actually, so I can just return, but I can also log some warning message and just return the function. Because here is going to be true anyway, because whenever I run with this, I don't want the editor to run or anything to happen after. It's just going to run the function to build all the files, and then that's it. And I was thinking about how to make this headless so that the editor GUI doesn't show up whenever I run this. But then I decided that it's just easier to use their command line argument that they have in the documentation. So whenever you pass this command line argument that they have, whenever you pass this, it's just going to set some true variables to false or something like that. And this makes it so that the editor doesn't show up when you're running. So that solves the problem. So all I have to do is remember that to use this variable here. And basically that's it. And then the idea on the other function is going to be to create a bunch of files. So I'm going to have to step over the code a bunch of times to try to understand what is the flow of creation of the files on the GUI. I'm not going to talk about that, man. Someone's asking what I'm going to do after I study Godot. I'm just gonna focus on what I'm doing here, and it doesn't matter what comes later. Just figuring out as you go. It's more important to focus on whatever's happening now. Uh, so yeah, the next thing that we're gonna do is just so I think I explained this. It's probably hopefully is understandable. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is just run debug, the debugger here, and I'm gonna show the breakpoints that I put there on what happens after you click the export project to show the flow of the execution. Which basically the way that I was thinking about it was correct, but there's a slight difference because I thought that the way that they were triggering some function is through the. I'm gonna show actually the inputs first, but the way that I thought they were triggering the export project path function was after the text submitted event, but it seems that this is not the case. It triggers that function on the flow that comes after the OK pressed event, and that's basically on the based on the button there that they have on the save dialog file or GUI element. So I'm gonna show there based on the breakpoints, and after I do that, I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna structure this function here, the Brahma function. So I'll be right back. So it looks like there is a problem here with the editor node file. So maybe I will have to do the stuff that I was talking about before. I'm pretty sure I went over with the debugger yesterday and this wasn't happening. But maybe I had the stuff commented out. Oh, so maybe if I do those enabled here. Hmm. And this is thing, like the thing is, it should be compiling with this. I think maybe I didn't compile again after I just ran the thing and didn't compile. So it's probably the builds thing that I was talking about. So maybe I'll have to figure out how to find uh how to make editor a dependency of the Brahma stuff. Which might be very annoying because I'm not 100% sure if it's gonna work. So if it doesn't work, I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time looking at the build system and trying to figure out. So I think the easiest thing to do is just to put the if that. But I don't think that's gonna solve anything. Maybe it does. Because this file should only compile when I have the thing. But I think it's probably the issue with the build system I was talking about. Yeah. So either I change this stuff now or I just comment that out and then show the stuff. So what I was thinking about doing, and I did think that this doesn't make a lot of sense because if you think about it, like in the compile time, since since the editor is linked as a library of the source code, it doesn't make a lot of sense for my library to have access to the files on the editor because my library is a different library the way that I'm doing now. Maybe if I don't do it as a library and I just append, so if I remove this, it could be, um, but then it's kind of weird, I think. So either or I can make it as part of the editor build. Uh, hmm. But the thing is, I think that making it as part of the editor build is probably the thing that is more logical to do. But the issue is that I'm gonna have to put this folder here inside of the editor. I think like it would make more sense because then it doesn't make sense for them to be a separate thing. But it makes it a lot easier for me to think about these things if this is its own folder, because then I can think about it as a separate project than the editor. So I think one of the ways is to just call like pretend that the project is a separate file from a subfolder of the editor and just deal with the source files in the same way that the editor just like calls as construct, I think. and then pass the path to my stuff. I think that's the easiest way, but it doesn't feel very good. And the other more complicated way, I think, is to make this, make the editor a dependency of this, which I'm not really sure if it's gonna work. And I think I should try that first, probably. So the way that I was thinking about doing this is just copying this stuff that they have here and trying to put here. I'm pretty sure that this comes before. It comes before they call the other S system thing. So I think it should be here. Yeah, but then this is a problem. Hmm. So how does this work if they don't have? I guess the easiest thing to do is just look at the documentation. Because the question is, how do they put as a dependency here if the editor library doesn't exist yet? Now, the easiest thing to do is just to try, obviously. I'm gonna look for this stuff on the scones documentation. They don't have anything. Hmm. I'm probably looking in the wrong place. Let's see environments. Oh, it's probably a function that they added. Um, yeah, so it's this one. So here is another confusing thing, but since it's adding in the way that it is adding here, the function, this looks like it is a normal argument for the function, but it's just going to be the self, which is the instance of the class that is calling the function. It's going to be the environment. So the self is the environment. And some other function on another time that I was studying this, they put env here instead of self, so it's kind of confusing. But it's just the instance of the class, which this function is a part of, which in this case would be the env base here. So module dependencies, it doesn't have anything. Hmm. So probably they create this. So there's a dictionary that's going to contain the module. So it's the name of the module. And then it has this nested thing here. So this doesn't exist. So it's probably going to be. So first time it creates the variable, which is a dictionary that maps the name of the module with this array here. And then if it exists, it just extends the dependency. So the question is, how do they use this later? But I guess if I do it like this, it's probably gonna work then. Let me think about this. 'Cause it might make more sense to put the. I don't know if it's gonna work if I put this later here. And then put, if this makes a lot of sense, to make this editor and then put the Brahma. The editor already exists. No, this doesn't make sense because I need to use the functions from the editor. So I have puts before. So I'm just gonna try to do it like this, see what happens. And the reason why it might not work is because this is a library built by the thing itself and not an external library, but I think maybe it doesn't matter that much because this is gonna run after the editor is built. I cannot open file. So what if I try to, because this is not very good if it works. I should just use or just try to compile this as parts. I'm pretty sure that add source files is a function that they create as well. Yeah. So this is just gonna call this other function, and these create objects. So assume that this is gonna be the path to the C++ file, and the object is a function on the from scons that is on the environment. It's just gonna create an object from the C++ file. So each C++ file is a translation unit. So it creates a graph probably from the C++ file linked with all the headers. So it's this the C++ file and all the headers that it uses is a translation unit, and then on the linking process it links translation units together, I think. So this part's probably so the second. So I don't think you need to pass the second argument would be the first argument that is passing there. So let me think about this. I think it's on the S sub that it adds there. So the first is an array. Hmm. Then it passes the extensions. So first an array, then an extensions. So it's appending the objects to the source, but I don't understand like how it's gonna use this later. I guess this is the main one. So here it adds the object files to the editor as a library. So I think this is the main command that's gonna link the library. So I can't really do it. Uh, Maybe I can find a way to add, or if I don't put, I can test to not put this. But I think that even if it works, it doesn't feel that is the right way because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because then, like, it would be as part of the, would be as part of the engine, the library, which makes, it doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be coupled with the editor, I think, and not the engine. So the other, I think the easiest option is to change the editor codes. Yeah, the thing that is the easiest thing to do is just compile as if the files are part of the editor. The only thing that I don't know is whether or not, because I want to avoid putting the folder as a subfolder of the editor. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. But maybe it does. It's probably the easiest thing to do. So maybe I should do that. Because what I'm trying to do is really extend the functionality of the editor. And the thing is, it might take a lot of time to figure out. Because essentially what I have to do is, if I do it as a library, the Brahma as a library, I have to make it, dependency of Brahma to be the editor. But the editor is going to be linked this way with the same command there. And I don't understand the commands very well and how they're going to generate the file uh, commands there. So is adding as a variable here. But I don't think that's how it links the library. I know this is the folder that has the third-party libraries, as the name says. But I don't understand how they build them. I do remember printing some of this stuff here. So I think it's one of these functions on the methods that is going to look for the third-party library folder. I don't remember really well. think this is the command that I thought was confusing in the beginning. So the environment is going to be the instance of the class. Now here instead of self, they put env. So this probably creates the library object. So it's passing as an array, I think. But it doesn't matter because so the sources are the object files that it creates. I need to think about whether or not it makes sense to put the project as a subfolder, because that's the easiest thing to do by far. Because I know it's gonna be very easy, because it already works for the other subfolders, obviously, so it's just gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be as if I'm compiling this stuff, which I think it does make a lot of sense. But like the thing that makes this hard to decide is I don't know how the thing is gonna like evolve, because yeah, like the reason why I wanted to do things like this is because there is stuff that I think is gonna be easier to build. That is just gonna like it's kind of repetitive things that are easier to build from code if you're gonna use. So let's say you're gonna build some applications, like there's a high chance that you're gonna have similar structures on all of them. It is the case that all the applications are gonna have very similar structures because the universe is a multifractal. So if that's the case, there are a lot of things that you're gonna reuse on a bunch of different projects. And those things, it makes a lot more sense to build them from code, because if you wanna start a new project and then do the whole process manually through the GUI, it's very slow, and you're gonna have to remember everything. And if you put everything inside of the function, all you should do is just call the function. So I think it does make the more that I think about it, I think it does make sense. It probably doesn't make sense to make the projects folder, and it does make more sense to just build as one generic thing. Because the other things that are specific to each project, I think that because one of the separations that is very hard to do, the distinction is very hard to do in the beginning, is because of the transition that in the way that I did this transition, it makes it things very confusing, because originally, when I was trying to build from scratch, I was building the actual application that I was going to do, and I was thinking in terms of building the actual application. But now I'm building the stuff that is going to build the application. So the distinction between the two in the code is kind of hard to think about, because the thing that I'm building here is not going to be the logic that runs on the application. That makes sense, but they are connected. That's the thing that is kind of hard. And I think the clarification of this bridge comes from the GDScript extension, which I'm gonna have to change. Because the idea that I have is instead of using the GDScript to put the functionality of the data, I'm just gonna use C++. So that's the main thing, I think. And I think that this is the gap that makes the two things the same, because what I am doing is like the code of the application is going to be the same as the code for building the thing. So this is the kind of part which I think is just like everything on the universe, because it is a multifractal, and the boundary that I'm trying to figure out is the multifractal between these things. Because there's always going to be parts of a bunch of applications that are the same, which would incentivize me to do the generic thing. But since the code of each application has to be embedded into the thing, I think it makes sense to have one part that is like standard functions that you have, like components that you build programmatically. And then you have another part that is the specialized version of components, which is going to be unique for each application. So it branches off like a tree. But the question is whether or not, how would it work? Because this is the kind of problem. I think I have to change the functionality of the engine, of the editor itself as well. That's the thing. So I have to change the editor as well. Because if I want to use the editor to build the other stuff, the code has to be on C++ and not GDScript. So I think this is the thing that is kind of messing me up. I think I have to change the functionality of the editor to use C++ instead of GDScript. I think if I think in that terms, then it makes more sense, because this is kind of the paradox. Because in order to be able to know what to do here, I have to clarify how everything's connected. Because the main thing that I was thinking about, like all that a game is in Godot, it's gonna be the data. So the engine is always the same for all of them, and what differentiates different games is the data. And the data is just GDScript files and the scene files. Then each scene files has a bunch of information. And the way that they figure out is just by calling some functions that are going to parse, are going to read and write to these files. So what I was thinking about, like one way to think about it is that I create a generic functionality that is just going to create these files without using the GUI. And if I do things like that, then I can change these files from the editor itself. But then it becomes tricky, because what happens if I build the files with my own code, then I open them from the editor and then I change them, and then I try to run my own code again. I think that's like, if I don't think about that, then it would just rewrite the files and remove all the changes that I made on the editor. So the part that is difficult to think about is like how to synchronize the two things. And that's the consequence of that is the structure of the code, because that's the gradient that is highlighting, like which is like a fractal pattern, is fundamental part of the way that the universe works. It's just going to be a funnel of information that creates a multifractal. So the boundary of things is going to be the singularity point, which is the multifractal, which is the distinction between space and counter space. So how do I structure the code in such a way that I have the generic functionality, and then I can have the specialization, and I synchronize that with the editor. And I think the only way to do that is by changing the functionality of the editor itself. So I think it does make more sense. So I'm going to change the way that I'm doing things there. It just makes it a lot easier on the build system as well, so I don't have to spend a bunch of time thinking about this. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to work, hopefully. So I'm just going to put the Brahma as a subfolder on the editor, and then I'm just going to compile this stuff in the same way that they do with the other subfolders. And then I have to think about, I'm going to do that because it's easier in the beginning, and it's going to help me clarify things, because I have to figure out how everything's connected first. And the difficult part is figuring out how I'm going to do the synchronization between this code that I'm going to build and the editor functionality. So that, but I think that, so probably the key to this is on my own code to do things based off the settings first. Because the settings, project settings is the main thing that's going to check for the files. So I should figure out, so I'm going to write things there. After thinking about it, it's becoming more clear, I think. So what I should do is figure out how they parse the files, like how the editor parses the files, and to determine what happens. This is the stuff because I have to do the same thing. So I have to start from that point. But then this is the kind of the problem. I guess I have to like define more exactly what is the purpose of this stuff that I'm trying to build. If I'm just trying to change, I'm not just trying to change the GD script because I do believe that there are a lot of things that are fundamental, like I said, and those things are it's much easier to build with code to scale the amounts of different things you want to do. But the question is how to not rewrite. So how can I have them work together? That's the thing. Yeah, I have to figure out the functionality. So I have to copy the way or figure out how they're parsing the files. I think this is the only way. It's gonna be annoying, but maybe I can reuse the functions that they do. Parsing is kind of annoying, but it's basically a state machine, I think. All parsing is a state machine. You're just reading from the file and then transitioning between states based on a control flow, which is branches. That's going to create an abstract symbolic representation of the information. So what I have to do is figure out how they parse the files. But then the question is how do I encode? Because the code is going to be how do I merge the logic? That's the problem. So let's say, for example, I create a function that builds a circle with certain properties based on the code, and then adds that circle to the scene. How do I synchronize the states of whatever is already happening? So there's two different scenarios. One is a build in the beginning from the editor, and then after that I run my own code to add other stuff to the scene. The other is a start from the code, and then I add stuff on top of it. I think that the first one is probably it is a gradient like anything else, and then it's gonna converge to infinity, which is gonna be the complexity of space-time, just the frequency of the polarity that is space, which creates geometrical or it creates multifractal geometry, which is called. So the challenge is figuring out how to do both at the same time. So the key is the state, I think. But it has to be based on the editor settings. So there's project settings, which is project settings class. It's going to be overall for the engine, which is going to be based on the project Godot file. And that's going to be the file that they use to determine whether or not it's running a game or it's going to run the editor. It searches for the resources on the executable by using a data structure that I think spec data that they call. And if you can't find that, it searches for the .package file in the same directory or in the parent directory, I think, or the working directory of the project. And if you have that file, then it loads the game. And if you don't have, then it either throws an error, or depending on which kind of flag you pass, it's gonna run the editor. And then the editor uses some of the project settings, because I believe you have the project settings on the editor there, and also uses the editor settings. So I guess the first thing that I have to figure out is, so I'm gonna do this stuff that I was talking about. So I'm just gonna pass this stuff to the editor. It's gonna be a subfolder of the editor, and I'm gonna do it in the same way that they do the subfolders here, because it's just easier, and then don't have to spend a bunch of time thinking about the build system, and hopefully this works. So one thing that I can see here is how they do the imports. Yeah, here, or maybe if I do editor, actually maybe it works. If I do this, maybe that's the problem. But even if it works now, I think that's a better idea. It makes more sense to put as a subfolder of the editor. So I'm gonna try this first to see if it works. If it was just a path. But I think it makes more sense to. I didn't want to put as a subfolder because it makes it easier for me to think about them as different things. And it's exactly because of all this stuff that I'm talking about that it's hard to clarify because it's a paradox. So in order to clarify what is the best way to structure things, I have to clarify how the editor stuff works. But the best way to clarify how the editor stuff works is by building this stuff. So it's kind of like this. And I guess like the only way is just to trial and error. But the more that I think about it, like it makes more sense to, because it's basically gonna be like a additional option to, it's like a part of the editor that allows you to not use the GUI to build stuff. That's basically what I'm trying to do. And also change the functionality so it uses C++. So let me try this first to see if it works. Just change the name there. It doesn't work, I'm just gonna do, I think I'm gonna change there regardless of whether or not it works. And then I'm gonna think about it as an extension of the editor. And I have to clarify this distinction of how the editor is gonna manage the state. I think I did try that. Yeah, I did do this. I didn't figure out the exactly everything that's going on, but I did try to open the editor and then create a project, and then outside of the project, to just change the files that the project uses, and then it does change the editor. So I think that the state of the editor is synchronized by the resource files you have on the root of the project. So I think that's that's the part I have to clarify, because then I can synchronize them based on the state of the files as well. But then the part that is still difficult is figuring out how to structure the logic. Because I'm gonna have to manually change, I think. But it would be better if I could figure out a way to just do the functions one time, and then I have to encode the information on the command line arguments, I think. That's the problem. Because if I do a functionality that is supposed to run regardless, then how I'm going to, I think I have to manually change the code every time that I want to run. There isn't any other way. It basically comes down to the multifractal pattern of the variance of projects. So I need to find the archetypes of the projects to encode that information on the thing that doesn't use the GUI, and then I can run that on. But then it would defeat the purpose of having the, because if I can do that only once, then I would create that like standard resource files and just reuse that on every project. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. It has to be on the gradient, but then it's hard to think about how to encode. But it looks like it works now. So it was just the editor path there. Probably. Oh, unresolved external symbol. So maybe it didn't work. So it could be because of this. I'm gonna try to compile again, see what happens. Yeah, it worked. It is kind of weird that it works because of the stuff that I said before. Because I'm linking this as a library, so it's kind of like on the dependency graph. You can imagine like imagine that the engine is the root of the tree, and then the editor and the Brahma is two different branches. So I don't understand very well how does that work. Like how is it possible if I have source files on the Brahma that depend on the editor code and they are not linked to the dependency graph, and they're both being compiled as libraries to the engine. How does that work? I guess it can be a problem once I define functions there. Because I think the answer to this question is going to depend on how scons is building the translation units from the files. So I'm going to change the way that I'm doing things here. I'm going to do the other way. So let me run first to see if it works. There's another error that always shows up here, but it's from their part. So I'm not 100% sure why this happens, but this is just, it comes from the editor or from their code. And I think it's probably because when you don't specify some fonts or you don't have some font file, then it gives this error, even though it has a default font. So it is working. The other weird thing here is that it doesn't close the, you have to manually put Control C here. And before it wasn't closing the Godot on the thing, so I had to close it, the Godot process, I had to close it with the task manager. But now it looks like it is working, so let me think about this. It does look like it is closing the thing here, so it doesn't have any Godot process there. But for some reason I have to do Control C there. But I think I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change the way that it is here. I'm gonna put all this stuff like I said as a subfolder because it makes more sense. And then I'll think about. So probably what I'm gonna do after this is just I'm going to run the debugger and then show the flow of execution. I'm gonna show the flow chart there on ScalaDraw about the inputs, then show the flow of execution from the export. Then after I do that, I'm gonna continue. I'm probably gonna open the debugger. I'm gonna look for the breakpoints again, these ones that I have here, and I'm going to try to clarify this. So I have to spend some time. I'm gonna spend some time here thinking about the questions to ask to clarify exactly how I'm gonna go about building the functions that I'm thinking about doing, so I can know like what is the best logic of the things that I have to do to clarify exactly the important parts of what I'm trying to do. So I can begin to do the functions that are gonna build the whatever elements I want to build from the code. But I'll be right back. So I changed my mind one more time. I think that what makes more sense to do, so I should remove the Brahma stuff and I should just put headless. But the thing is, the problem is that headless is not on the, but it doesn't matter. I was gonna say it's not on the build time. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the functionality based on the headless variable because then it makes a lot more sense. And then I'm gonna put here as headless. That makes a lot more sense. So it's gonna be a part of the editor that you run. And I think for this stuff that I was thinking about, I think it does make sense. So if you put the headless argument, it takes from the path, figures out what project it is from the path, and then it gets from the whatever subfolder you put on these projects here. Which has you're just gonna check to see if the name is the same. If it isn't the same, then it's just gonna exit. But if it is the same, then it's just gonna run whatever functions you have there. But the question is how to, because I'm gonna have to manually put the functions anyway. But I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I have to change. Like there isn't a way to just build the code one time and then never, because the whole point is to build the stuff from code. So I think it does make some sense to manually have to, so create an entry point function on the main function here, like create. So first it's gonna be select, check to see is on subfolder of projects, then call the project settings, stuff like that. Then I can have a flag variable that it can be a enum or something like that. So I can declare an enum here, and then based on the enum, but then actually I can make a dictionary of the path. So I think the nuances is better to figure out later. But basically, based on that, I'm going to. The question is how to get the function from the file. Because I am gonna have to manually include the files from the subfolders here, I think. So like there isn't, at least I can think about it right now. A good way should not have to change this file and figure out. Because the way that I'm thinking about doing is that I'm gonna, based on the whatever project it is passed here, I get the name of the project. So I parse the path here based on the project settings. The last thing is gonna be the name of the folder of the project, and then based on that name, it's gonna be the same name that I'm gonna put here. So in this case, would be experiment, for example. And it's very similar to the way that they do modules. So it's like a standard way to do things. And then this folder here would have but I don't want to have to specify like specific names for each one, so all of them have the same names. I want to be able to put whatever name I want. So the question is how to look for the function inside this subfolder here that is going to be called here to build the project. So like this is the main entry point from all the other entry points of whatever project I'm going to build. And it would be, and the thing is that it would be nice if I could build several projects at the same time as well. That's the thing is kind of confusing to think about. It's the relationship between the code that I'm gonna do and the editor. But I do think that, so I'm gonna change the name for headless because I think it makes more sense. I'm not gonna do it based on the headless variable there, so I'm gonna change again. And the build is gonna be based on the editor, so it's just gonna build as part of the editor. So hopefully it doesn't fuck other things up. So headless. Yeah, so this is the thing I'm gonna do as part of the editor there. I'm just gonna remove this thing here, and then whenever this calls the s cons s construct for the subfolders, I do that for the thing. Results. Should probably be at the end here. And then I just look into the other files that I have. Oh, the other SC sub from the other ones. And just copy the functionality. So here they don't have the editor build because I guess it's already. So the reason why I had to put there is because I was doing a different check. So I guess I don't need this stuff. And I don't need to prepend editor sources. So here they just put. So I thought that they were gonna do the same thing for the subfolders, but they are just specifying the subfolder, which I guess makes sense. So it's not that difficult. So I think this way makes a lot more sense. I don't think that they put the macro here. It doesn't make sense. It's already gonna be inside of the editor. Let's look some files. Yeah, just the thing. So I think that's everything is fine. Now I just have to change. So here it would be figure out. So I'm gonna think about this later. Probably the easiest way is just to think about it as a one project. But it's still kind of confusing to think about how to synchronize both. But I guess it's gonna become more clear as I clarify the other stuff, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to think about this now. But I'm gonna consider that it's only one project, so I'm gonna skip the first step first. Like call function that will build the project. So I'm gonna consider as if I'm only gonna build one project. Maybe I should do the check to see if the project that is running is the one that I want to change first. And then later on I change that. So I think I'm gonna do that. then exports based on the default configs. Yeah, so each part of this I'm gonna have to clarify more how the editor is doing this stuff, and then hopefully I'm able to use the same functions that the editor uses, so I don't have to create or think about like how to do it from the display server, which is the thing that creates the GUI elements. So here what I'm gonna have to do is just to change these functions here. This is kind of confusing because there's two different instances there of the engine. So what I'm gonna do is just put the condition on the same place that the headless condition is at, and then I'm gonna remove the one that I had there before. So an easy way to see, it's just here. Let's change everything to headless. So this is inside of the macro for the editor. Then I'm just importing the or including the file there. This is the thing that's I don't think that they have a flag variable based on headless. It's just the command line argument. So this is basically what it does here. Just makes the audio driver and display driver new. So I'm gonna put here probably. I have to see how I was doing on the other one. It's based on the other stuff that I changed there. So let me. I think it was Brahma. If I change everything to headless, it's gonna be fine. This part I have to remove. I put this on the other, so Yeah, so now it should be fine. So let me test. It might take a longest time to compile. Is it the first time it has to compile everything from scratch, I think, and then the other times it's gonna cache a bunch of stuff. So it depends on how you change that. The first time it usually takes a lot of time. So hopefully this works. And I think this makes more sense, but I still have to spend a bunch of time clarifying the how exactly I'm gonna structure things. I think I can't. It has to be something that I'm gonna have to constantly change the code. I think this is the point also. So since like to build each specific project, I think I have to constantly change the code. But maybe it's possible to set up the main functionality there one time only, and then. But I think that's not possible based on the stuff that I'm thinking about. Like it is possible, but then like it's gonna be something that is kind of confusing. So for example, I could do it based on the project name, then based on the project name, I include the files that are related to the project. So I can do a macro that includes the file, and then based on that. But I think that's not very good, even if it works, because it's just gonna be very confusing. But I could have a standard where is the name of the project and then followed by underscore main, the entry point for each project. And then that function is going to be the one that builds the project. I think the main thing to figure out is just the scene tree. So the main things are the scene tree, which is the main tree that you're creating, which is going to be the tree that determines the project. Each scene inside of the main project is a subtree of the scene tree. And then, if I remember, I think I didn't look into the code, but like just based on common sense, I think that's like what happens when you change the scene is you communicate with the server, and then the server changes the node that is the main nodes for the scene tree. Maybe it's different scene trees. It's just because the root of the scene tree is always going to be the window that you're using. And then I think each scene, which is going to be based on the file that you create on the project, is going to be like a subtree. And then to change between scenes is just a function call you do on GDScript that I remember I wrote down here somewhere. So I have to clarify that one, but I think that's basically the main thing. So if I figure out how to parse the file and then create a tree based on the file, or get the tree directly from the project based on the files, I have to see how the editor is going to load the tree. But I think for building the project, it doesn't matter. It's just the files that matter. The main thing to clarify is the connection between the GDScript and the nodes. And then after I do that, I can build the logic based on whatever state the files are at. So figure out how to parse the files to build the main data structure that is going to represent the game, and then interact with that data structure. And that's going to be the part of the code that I'm going to have to constantly change because that's the project itself. So the clarification is the relationship between GDScript and the the assets files. Then how they create the main data structure that represents the game. I think it's always going to be necessary to have. So the way that I imagine everything, which I think is the way that the universe works, is a fractal or a multifractal. So there's always going to be parts that are the same and parts that change. And the parts that change is time or our time, because time doesn't exist on reality. It's just an illusion. So time is the measure of the multifractal that is the universe, and space represents the polarity. And so I think it's becoming more clear the more I think about it. So I'm gonna put this stuff here as complete because the main. So I'm gonna focus on only the main thing, like considering as one project, then build the functionality. So I have to clarify, have to step over to clarify how each particular thing works, and I need to think about what is the main functionality that I want to do. So the main thing that I'm gonna try to reproduce first is the thing that I had on the front end, which is just gonna be a barn set algorithm on the GD script and the creation of nodes based on the graph data structure. So this relationship I have to think about as well. So how to remove and add assets on a scene based on the functionality. But this is the thing. I think I'm gonna start off with standard data, so like mock data, and then later on I'm gonna figure out how to incorporate like dynamic data based on other functionality. The way that I was thinking about it is just based on like folders or HTTP requests. Basically, this is what I'm trying to do without the editor GUI here. I think I'm gonna try to do first. So the way that it works on Godot is that GUI elements are done with control nodes, and then the control nodes work based on the of inputs, and that's the stuff that I'm gonna show now there on this Kali draw. And then I show the flowchart there. Hopefully it works here on the compilation. So I think it worked. No search file on the directory. There's a typo there. Hopefully it's gonna work. And if it works, then I can open the debugger. So atlas. And so I'm gonna do mock data first. So, and this, I forgot, there's so many projects that I forgot which one I was doing, but I think it was on Raylib that I managed to use the boost graph to create based on Raylib functionality. I used the boost graph to create a simple graph, and the nodes were just random. So I think I have to do that first. And the functionality is I'm gonna have to translate the functionality that I have to create this on the front end to create the graph based on random data using boost graph to create a graph. So I assume that all this stuff is gonna be based on what was supposed to be GD script, and I'm gonna try to do it on C++. And then the asset part is just gonna be figuring out how to programmatically create the meshes that represent the edges, the arrows, and the balls. So the way that I think it works is that you create the assets first based on the data you have, and then on the GD script you figure out how to position everything. And each thing is just a class, and the attributes that you can put on the GUI of the editor is just the attributes of the class. So it's the data that the class manages. So if you figure out how to create the classes and then change the attribute based on the code, then I can do everything. And the GUI elements are going to be the control nodes. So I'm going to have to figure out how to build the control nodes from the code. And how to deal with the inputs as well. But based on what I understand now, I think that the inputs is always the same name that you do. So I'm going to show that while this is loading. So basically the graph here is very simple. So I walked backwards because of the breakpoint there. So I had to put a breakpoint here, and then I stepped out of each function to see. But basically, the main function that it calls is on the process events on the before it calls main iteration. This is a function based on the OS. I haven't seen on the other OSs, but it's probably going to be the same because the process event has to be based on the OS because it's going to depend on the way that you create the window. And window is created on this display server class, which is the class that Godot uses to create the window, obviously, and manage what's going to be displayed. So inside of the class, I don't remember, but I think it is a member variable of that class initialized on another class, I think. And that class is the one that calls some Windows API functions to create the actual window. And then they call some window functions to pull the events from the window that happen. So it's done based on Windows. And this part's not very clear to me, but based on the function there that I put a breakpoint, I had to remove the breakpoint from the function because if you put that breakpoint there, it just spends forever on the function. So in order to analyze other stuff, you have to remove the breakpoint. But if you have the breakpoint on that function, it's a function that I think creates the bridge. So it's probably based on the display server Windows that it has this functionality. There's going to use some Windows stuff to transfer the data from the Windows API into this class here. That is gonna call another class, which is this input class. And this input class is the one that manages the data. So it's just transferring the data from Windows APIs that manage the window to this input class that is gonna hold the state of the events that happen. And then it has a loop, which is based on a linked list, I think, or based on a queue, actually. I don't remember if it's a linked list or a queue. But it's basically just putting the events on the, I think it's a queue actually. And then based on that queue, whenever an event happens, it's going to flush that event, it's going to append or push to the queue, the event. And if the event happens, then it's going to run whatever code you have inside of the loop. And then inside of that code, it's going to call this function here to parse the event that happened. And then this function is based, I don't understand very well, but it's like is a member variable of the input class, I think. So it depends on what kind of event happens, I think. And depending on what kind of event happens, this is going to be a different function. But it's basically the main function that is used to handle the events. It happens at the end of this function here, if I remember. Which I'm going to show there on the debugger. But then this calls dispatch inputs, just calls this function here. Oh, dispatch input is this function, which happens inside of this other one. And this one, I think, calls a emit signal. And this is the function pointer that the emit signal calls, which calls this window input function, which pushes the event. And on this viewport push input is where the main event is called from the. So first it calls this. So as part of the push inputs, it calls this GUI input event. And then on this GUI input event is where the first function of the specific class is going to be called. Which in the case that I was analyzing, I think is is on the control node. Because each thing that it happens with the GUI there is a control node. And then the main difference between control nodes is the data, I think. So this control GUI, called GUI input, is going to call the GUI input event on a subclass. So on line edit, for example, line edit has a function called GUI input, and that's when the text submitted event is emitted. And the line edit is probably a derived class from the control node. So the control node is the base class for all the GUI elements. And the events on the control node are triggered based on this flow here. So I think that all the classes that derive from the control class probably have the same name to handle inputs because are derived classes from the control node. and then it's on that class that is going to have the functionality. And then whenever, depending on which kind of event happened, which figures out based on the reference, creates a reference, and then it casts the type of the reference, which I'm going to show there. And then depending which kind of event it is, it's going to have some control flow logic to determine what happens when the thing happens, when the event happens. Depending what kind of thing happens, it's going to emit some signal, and then based on the signal, it usually subscribes to the signals on the constructor of the class. So depending on what kind of signal, it's going to run whatever function is connected to the signal. So I think it's working here. Yeah, I think it works. So I'm gonna do the debugger. Hopefully it works. On the debugger on the launch.json, I'm not passing the Brema, so it's not gonna call the function. It's just gonna do the normal loop. I'm gonna press F5 until it gets to the points that is just running the editor. And then based on the breakpoints that I set up there, when I click on the export project, it's gonna stop the thing. I'm gonna show the flow of execution. But basically, let me show from the part that is here. The main one that I was talking about is this one, there on the flowchart. This one is gonna, if I remember correctly, these are Windows functions, and they're just getting whatever happened, whatever events were triggered on the window through Windows APIs, which are these functions here. And then these ones, and this is the part that I'm not 100% sure, but I think that under the hood, what's happening is that because of the way that they created the window using the display server class, this is going to transfer the information to their classes, which is going to transfer to this flush buffered events, I think. So maybe it happens here. No, I think this is yeah, so this is probably how they transfer from the, yeah, so those functions on the windows there are being transferred to this variable here, I think. And it's on this one that they're gonna put on the input class, I think. Yeah, so I think that's how it works. So this function first is gonna pass whatever event happened to the input classes. These classes here probably inherit from the input at some point. Just like how everything works. So the input event's the main base abstract class, and then depending on what kind of event happens, it's just gonna derive from that, and all of them are from resource. So basically here, and I think that the reason why it does like this is so that it can figure out what kind of event was triggered. So when it initializes the event like this, it allows it to figure out. And so that's basically, I think, how it works. So the key is gonna be a message. So this one is probably the one that receives from the Windows API stuff. This part's still confusing to me because it depends on the stuff that happens on the setup function, on the initialization. There's a lot of stuff there because of Vulkan. It's very complex. But I think that's what's happening here. Because this is going to be the main class, I think, that you create. So display server is the main class, that is the abstract class that calls this other class. And this other class has the function to create the window. So display server create is the main function that calls, then initialize everything. Then inside of the display server create function, because the display server create is going to depend on what kind of driver you're using, I think. Yeah, it's probably the driver. which depends on the operational system as well, but I think it's mainly the driver. And then inside of that is going to call this create window. And this create window uses some Windows functions to create the actual window. So they're linked like that, I think. Yeah, so this I think is the main function. So they put on this stuff here, and they later on they make this a variable, a member variable, I think, from the display server Windows class. Or maybe not. Yeah, so it's basically creating a reference to this. So this is probably the main member variable. Yeah, so the member variable is this one, I think. And it allows you to create more than one window. I think that's why it's like this. Yeah. So this is probably a static variable. So this is the member variable. So this is going to be part of the display server window. So it allows you to create more than one window, I think, if you want. And then it tracks them based on ID. That's why it's hashed there. So this one is part of the class. And on the other create function is just referencing this. So when it creates the window there on the other struct, is actually referencing the member variable of this one. So this one here. So this is going to be stored on this, which is going to be the window data. And this is the thing that is used there later to get the messages, I think. So when you call these functions here, they're probably going to, or maybe it's on this one. But I think, yeah, because when you call these functions, it's probably going to change the window data that is inside of this display server, because the window was created with a Windows function. So it's just automatically changing the data that exists on this class here, which probably changes this thing here. And it is based on another function that I forgot which one it is. But there is a function that gets called on Windows there. It's a function that has a bunch of, it has a switch statement with a bunch of options based on whatever happened on the window. I think that function is the one that changes the other input buffer there. And then based on the input buffer, is going to see what kind of events happen. But I forgot how did I get to that function. It's probably on this file, but I don't remember where. Let's see if I can find. If I can't find it, I'm just gonna explain the other and just continue with the other stuff. There is a function. I think it has to be somewhere here. Maybe it's from the display server. And things that I don't remember very well but I'm pretty sure that that function is going to be the one that is going to link the Windows functions with these inputs. Or the buffers here. Or this message, actually. So this QE message. Oh, but this is from this, and this is going to be a member variable as well. Oh, so this is just process key inputs, but I think it's the same thing. So this variable here is a member variable of the display server window. I think this is the one that changes based on whatever happened with the Windows functions there, through the other function that I'm trying to find, but I don't remember. Maybe it's gonna show when I interact with the thing. So whatever. I think that this is correct. It just gets from Windows, and then because of the way that it created the window, it's just gonna change the data on this class here that is based on these member variables, and then based on this data, it's gonna see whether or not events happen. So when it does here, just updating the classes through that bridge there that it creates to this display server Windows class. And that's how this, I think is a queue. That's how it checks to see. So this member of the input is updated through that route that I just said. Uh, so Windows functions updates the display server Windows class, which updates these variables here, I think. But I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's how it works. And then based on this, we're gonna call this one, which is the main entry point that I showed there on the Scully draw. So it's a list. It's not a queue, it's a list. And this captures both mouse events. And I think it captures key events as well, but maybe key events is all on the other part. So this part, I'm not 100% sure, the connection there, but I think that what I said makes sense. I just don't know the specifics of how we transfer. But I think it has to do with the function that I don't remember. But maybe it's going to show there when I interact with the editor. As is like as I go out from the function. So I'm gonna show now the whole flow of the export project on what happens. It's kind of confusing to understand because it's based on the signals that it emits, and this is a problem that I had on the front end as well. Like it's one of the downsides of using signals and using events. These events, like event dispatcher, I think is on Node.js. This is kind of the same problem, which is it becomes kind of annoying to see the connection between the different events because you have to search on here and then you have to write down at what point the event happened and what kind of things subscribe to that event, and then you have to understand like how the data changed to that point. So it's kind of annoying to figure out. But what I'm gonna show now is just the hopefully, yeah. So I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom, then I'll be right back and then I'll show this. So I'm gonna show the flow of the exports there and what happens. And hopefully it goes through the Windows function that I was thinking about. Then after I do that, I'm gonna think about how to. I'm gonna clarify the other stuff. So I'll be right. So actually, I just realized that I hit the clock there. So after I explain this, I'm going to take a break. to do some t. Then after that, I continue. I'm probably gonna remove all the breakpoints, and then just, which I think I should have done this from the start. Looking back at it now, so next time that's what I'm gonna do. And the thing that the reason why I didn't do this in the beginning is because it wasn't clear to me like the relationship between the engine and the editor. So I think that's the reason why I did the things the way that I did. But it's probably better to start from the stuff you see on the GUI and then put breakpoints on the code based on whatever you see this here. More specific, the better, obviously, because then you can find to explore how the functionality of the thing works. Should have done this from the beginning. So I'm going to show this and then I'm going to remove all the breakpoints and I'm going to search again for the ones that I have here. So I have to think about the functionality that I'm gonna need to recreate the scene there on the softviz thing. So here the first one that it calls is the export project, which was the one that I was thinking about because I just searched for the name and yeah, it has the button here. This is the main class that is going to be responsible for creating the GUI of the export. And I search for the name, which is the export project. And then it subscribes this callback function, which is going to happen after you click the button there, which is this function here. So this one is going to get the presets. And this is from the, I think it is from the project folder. It gets the export presets config file, I think. Not really sure. Should probably skip a bunch of parts so it doesn't take a lot of time. So this comes from the other class, which stores the presets, which is based on the platforms. So this export presets here is an array that is going to contain whatever presets you have there on the list that it shows. So it can be for, and I think it's based on the, it has another member variable, which is the exports platforms, I think. So yeah. So it's basically getting the presets for the specific one that I selected there. It's based on the ID. I'm going to skip a bunch of things, I think, just so I don't spend a bunch of time on this. But I just want to show like the flow there. I'm going to skip a bunch of things. And I want to see just I want to show what happens after you click on the save of the, hopefully I didn't remove the breakpoints. So here I think it's going to skip this one because it's already connected. So first time if it's not connected, then it's just going to connect this thing here, which is a line edit class, just part of the editor file dialog class, which is the class that creates the GUI for the export. So this export project is just the class that is going to create the GUI element that shows up, just the file save GUI element. And then it connects the line edit from the file save to this text submitted event, which I thought was the one that got triggered after you click on the save button, but it seems like that's not the case. So I thought this was the functionality that was running after you select a file to export and then you click on save, but it is another one, I think. So this is the main functions that are gonna actually create the elements, the GUI elements. And here is the place where it changes the title of the button. So they reuse the same button regardless of it's based on this functionality here that it's going to change the label of the button that shows up there on the save thing. So in this case, it's going to be save, but it could be other names depending on what kind of situation, because I think that they make this GUI element based on, it's always the same, and then based on where the GUI element is open from, it's going to change whatever is displayed, but it's the same classes. And this OK button is the place where they set the event that is going to be triggered. And this is the part that I missed when I was looking just on the source code. And it's going to be on the pressed event on this OK button, which is a member variable of this accept dialog. Because it is kind of confusing there, sure to say. So I'm just going to skip this. And this other function is the one that creates the element there. And this was based off the event that was triggered. So it's triggered based on the mid signal function, which calls the function pointer, which is that function that I was at, the export projects function. So I think after this I can press F5 and then I just click again. So this happened on this press. So the other one that is triggered, the main function that is connected to on the constructor there, that calls this export project, is triggered after this base button pressed. So the main event that gets triggered is the pressed event, which I think is an event that is always connected on any button on the GUI. And the base button is a control node, if I remember. So is this emit signal here that's going to trigger the other function, I think. It has to be. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. And this one happens, is the whole flow there on the Scotty draw. This happens. I think after this is going to be on the connect. It's going to show a control node. This one doesn't do anything. Maybe in some situations it does. As this, I think, is the function that. So the way that I think it works is that all these classes are going to inherit from the same class. And then depending which kind, it's always going to be the same name of the function, which is going to be this GUI inputs. And this is where you put the functionality. This function is also going to receive the event, the input event. And this is where you put the functionality of what you want to happen after the event is triggered. And the way you decide what kind of event it is by doing this initialization here. So depending what kind of reference you create, what kind of class here, it determines whether or not what the event is based on this is valid functionality here. And then you can do the control flow, the switch statement, or this other if else based on the what kind of event it is. I'm just gonna see, because I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this inherits from control. So I think all of them inherit from control. And the control node is the main base class that is gonna handle events. Or it's gonna create GUI elements. And it's probably a virtual function. And so just subscribing, but it's not this thing. Yeah, so it is a virtual function. So the way that it works is that all classes that are GUI elements are going to inherit from control, and then they implement their own functionality of this, and they all receive these GUI inputs because it's based on whatever happened there on the main flow, on the main cycle. Because the main cycle, when it pushes the event with the viewport, it checks for the control node. It calls this function, which is from the control node, which is going to call GUI inputs based on whatever GUI element was interacted with, I think. This is the main function that it calls on the other one. So because this is the virtual function, so it depends on which kind of class it inherits from. But it's kind of confusing. I guess it's based on the mid signal that happens. And this is the main function that I was gonna call. It's from the viewport. So it goes from the viewport to the control. And then it calls this one. And I think that it depends. The GUI input, it depends on what kind of class was interacted with, but I'm still not 100% sure on how exactly it figures this out. It has to be based on the mid signal, I think. It's kind of confusing to understand. So that was the function I call that is the push input. It's basically the whole flow that I showed there, but just the order. I'm not really sure how that works. Obviously, it's gonna be based on the abstract class, but then how does it figure out what is the from which class it should call? I guess it's based on the nodes. So there is a function there on the because I think that it traverses no, but it doesn't traverse based on the node. It traverses based on the inputs. I think it does based on the inputs, the events. It might be based on the position of where the event happened. But I do remember that on the rendering cycle, on the main iteration, there is a point where it loops over the nodes on the scene tree, and then it emits the notification function for each node. It calls the notification function for each node. And the notification function, I think, emits a signal or something like that. So I think that this is usually how they change the state of the nodes based on whatever is happening on the rendering cycle. I think it's mainly on the physics, but it might be other stuff as well. And then once you emit the signal, if the thing subscribes to the signal, then obviously it's going to run whatever function the class has. So it might be something similar here, but I don't remember, or I don't know very well how it works. Also here it comes from the emit signal, so it must be so that function is called from the signal, and I think the signal hash should be dependent on the nodes. So it knows what function is gonna, what class is calling the function based on how the event was emitted. But I don't remember at what point it does this. It has to be based on the function. I think that's where it comes from. So the dispatch input event's gonna depend on which elements was which elements trigger the event. So it has to be here probably. So as far as remember, when it's creating the sync tree, the root node of the sync tree is the window, and I think it's this window data. Then after that, I think it's the viewport. So both window and viewport are nodes on the tree, and then every other node inherits from that. So in the case of the editor node would be the main node that creates a subtree, which is the editor stuff. Everything that is going to happen on the editor is the child of editor node, and then editor node is a child of viewport, if I remember correctly, and then viewport is a child of window data. So I think that it subscribes events based on this relationship here, because here, like it looks like it's creating this callable here based on the windows, which is the map there of window data, which creates on the display server windows. So the E here is the window data, which is the current window that you have open, which is this one that is showing there. So this one is gonna get the callable based on this value and input event callback. So maybe it's like something that the control nodes usually do with the window data. So based on that, from here is gonna, this callable here is gonna be related to the class that triggered the events. But I'm not really sure how it does that, if it is by position or something like that. Like how it updates this value here. And I think that so this should be probably where it gets called. whatever. And I think that this function here, it is a member variable from the display server, and that this one is going to depend on what kind of event was triggered. So something to do with that, but I'm not really sure about the nuances yet. And I think this part's kind of difficult to figure out because it depends on the setup, and it's going to be confusing because there's a bunch of other stuff that happens. But it's basically the main function there that it calls on the main loop there of the linked list. And then it does the same thing here to figure out what kind of event it is. And then based on what event it is, it changes the state of these input classes. And then calls this event dispatch function, which is going to depend on what kind of event happened, I think. Or what kind of element triggered the event, probably. Because this is a member variable of the display server windows. Or maybe not. So this is a member variable of the inputs. And the input's probably connected with this display server windows through the window data function. So the thing that I don't know is how the window data is going to update the state of the input class, how that's going to change the callable there that calls the function, which emits the event, which is the event that is going to happen. It's probably based on an ID or something like that, because I remember there's a past ID event. So I think each button probably has an ID. I think it has to do with the control node functionality and the way that each thing is built in the beginning. And then this class knows which was the element that called the event based on the way that the control node was initialized, which is probably going to subscribe the callback in that input value thing there that determines what kind of function is going to run. But the thing that is a black box for me is the part of the data of how the Windows is going to, which I know there is a function, but I don't remember which one it is. But there is a function that handles Windows messages. I don't remember. Maybe it's on the window data thing. I think I'm not going to be able to find from here. I think it should be something related to messages. Yeah, I don't remember. So I'm not going to be able to find now. I don't remember how I got. I think I got that place. So maybe if I put I think I put a breakpoint here. And then by putting a breakpoint here and then pressing F5 is gonna go to that function when there isn't events. But basically this is the main function there that it calls. I think it's like pretty easy to understand now. So after the event happens, it's just gonna do. It looks like there is another event here. Or maybe it's just because I put the breakpoint there. On mouse motion. Yeah, so this is just another event because of the mouse movement. So I have to remove the breakpoint there. And this is the reason why I removed in the previous time, is because if you let, it doesn't allow you to interact with the GUI. Unless you put a conditional breakpoint, but then it's kind of annoying to think about the condition. because you can't use the classes from, unless you manually put, which I did on the mid signal, you can put on the code as well, and then put the breakpoints inside of the condition that you create. But I don't want to do this now. So I'm just going to press F5, then remove the breakpoint, press F5 again. And then here, what I did was just select with the same name, it's going to show a message. And then like clicking on that save triggers this class here, which was that the class that changed the name. So if you remember, when it calls the function to put the label save, that's like the OK button, I think. And the OK button comes from this accept dialog class. So it changed the name of the save button on the function before, which is the export projects. And then when you click that save, it calls this function, which I thought it called the text submitted function, but I was wrong. So it's this function that it calls. And I think on the confirmed, so this is not actually the functionality, because what this function is going to do is just going to show another message in this case to confirm whether or not you want to override the file, because I'm selecting the file with the same name there. But then after I confirm that, then the functionality of the exports thing is going to happen. So this is just the flow from the emit signal. It does, which I explained on another stream. And it's going to call based on this callable. Whatever signal is subscribed to the one that is emitted here. So this is the main function that it calls. This is done based on the callable that subscribes on the signal. And this calls, oh fuck. Oh, I skipped, but it calls a function pointer, which I think is going to be this function because I have the breakpoint here. And I think this is the one that is going to show there the confirmation dialog. Yeah, this is the thing that shows there. There's this text here. It's confirming whether or not you want to save the file, overwrite the file, because you're selecting with the same name. So that GUI element is the confirm save, which is a member of the editor file dialog, which is the same class that creates the GUI for the export stuff. And it shows there. And I think it's going to do the same thing that it always does with the input. It's going to go back to the flushed inputs thing, and then it's going to continue the rendering cycle. So it's the same thing basically. I'm just going to press F5 and then click on confirm there. This is the same functions from before. Yeah, so now it continues the loop. So when you click on OK, it calls this function here. And I think that this, I'm not really sure, but it's probably, it's not the same button, but it's the same thing that is called there. But I think now it's going to call another function. This is the condition that I put here because I wanted to see. So since I couldn't put the conditional breakpoint, I just created a condition here. And I was printing the names of the signals when they are emitted. But if you do that, it's gonna, it doesn't have enough space because of the way that they structure the slots there from the objects. When I print here, there's something that happens that it gives an error. So I just decided to remove. But it doesn't trigger the stack submitted, which I thought it was the one that was responsible for calling the export project path, but it looks like it's not. So I'm probably gonna remove that after explaining this, should I? Same path again. Oh, it skipped, but I put the breakpoint here. But that would call the function pointer, and this is the function pointer. So this is the function that happens after the event there. I think it's on this one that is gonna, no, it's on the file selected. So the file selected is the event that calls the export project path function. But I think that this saves, is there a cache file or something like that that is related to the export thing? Oh no, this is the file from the app data, I think. I don't remember if it's app data or, but it puts the recent exports on a file. It's either on app data or, let me see if I can find. Well, the other thing that I realized is that there is another path that they save stuff, which is on the, is the same path that app data is at. So it's C users, your username, then app data, but then it's on local and local Godot, and then there's a bunch of files there that they use. They create temporary files to write the assets stuff, and then later on the function they are gonna write that to another temporary file that they create on the root of the project, and only at the end they are gonna change the name of the temporary file to the final executable. So they are doing everything on a temporary file, and I think the reason why they do that is like in case something happens, so it doesn't corrupt the original file, which is the executable. And then at the end of the function, they just overwrite. I think I think it overwrites the file by copying the temporary file into the final executable. Yeah, so it is on the app data file or folder. But it's on the app data roaming, not the local. So this function save recent is writing the stuff here, I think, on this recent dirs folder, which keeps track of the exported projects, I think. So I believe that's what this function is doing, but I'm not really sure because usually this path here is used to determine the root of the project, which is a different path. So this is going to be the one that I think it triggers the main function there. Hopefully I don't skip this. This slot here, or something related to slots fucks up if you print the thing there. So this calls the function pointer. And this one actually goes to the arguments first because the function has arguments. So this is from the variant class that they use. The variant is used for stuff like this to determine the types based on, it's like template meta programming, I think, the name of this. So it's just a function that is going to figure out the types of the arguments of the callback function being called, which is this one. So that last event calls this function. So we started off with this export project here. Then this one, it's the first time it's gonna set this event, but I think this is not that relevant because this is gonna be the thing that shows the file display. The mode here is the thing that changes the title of the button to be save, and this is gonna be the main. So the accept dialog class is probably a member variable of this class here, and then that accept dialog has another member variable, which is the OK button. And the title of the OK button depends on this set file mode here. So when it calls this, it changes the title to be save, which is the button that you click there on the save file dialog. Then once you call that button, it calls the other event. The other event displays the other GUI element that asks for confirmation, which is another OK button that's probably from the accept dialog class as well. Then that button, when you call that, is going to trigger the other uh, function, which is going to be the file selected event, which is this function here. So it started from here and then goes here. And then based on this, it's gonna, based on the platform that it has on the exports, editor export class, which is the thing that keeps track of all the different export configurations, both the export presets and all the possible platforms. So it organizes by platform first, which is from the add button there you have. So it keeps track of the platforms, and then it keeps part of the export presets in a different structure, because you can have multiple presets for one platform. So has both these data structures on a vector, I think, on that editor export class, and it gets the editor export platform, and it gets them from here. And then based on this platform here, is going to call the other export project function, because each operational system is going to have a different way to export the projects, because I think it's based on on Windows, for example, it uses the RC edit thing, which I'm going to show there now. So this is the main one that Windows uses, which is another class. And this find export template is just gonna get from the app data folder. So this path here is the one that you save. You can either, if you download from the website, you're just gonna save on the path here, which is another problem that I had because I did this manually. So if you wanna, you can put, all that is happening here is that this path here is gonna be the one of this folder here. And if you download from the website, then it's gonna put the name here as whatever version of the current version of the engine that you can also download from the website comes from. But if you build Godot from source, then it's going to be a different version, because it's going to be the dev version. So the version that they have on the website is going to be the 4.2.2 stable. And that's the version that it creates here if you download the export template from the website as well. When you install the export template, it's just going to, from the GUI of the editor, it's just going to create this path here. But if you're building from source, then the engine version is going to be the 4.3.dev. So in this case, you have to manually create here. And you have to make sure that this name you put here is the same version of the engine you're running. Because what it's basically doing is just copying whatever executable you put here. Should be the game. So the game is just the engine, and it's going to be the engine with the assets. So if you put on the package, embed package option, if you put that to true, then it's just going to put the assets inside of the executable, which is the option that I have there now. And that depends on the version you have here. And I think the version is based on the Python file that they have here, which is based on the build system. So this file here keeps track of which version of Godot you have. So I believe if you change here to be another name, then you have to, as long as you select or change the name here and use the same, then I think it should be fine. And this is going to be based on the exports presets, I think, which is another file that exists on the root of the project that determines the configuration. But basically, the thing that matters is that it has to be the same name. Otherwise, it's going to fuck up the thing. Because you're trying to run the engine with a different version of template. So you're exporting you're exporting from an editor version that is different from the engine version. So they have to be the same version, the editor version that you're exporting from, and the engine version that is going to be the final executable. So it basically just gets the path there. I'm not going to show these functions here because they're very confusing. I'm trying to see the main one. So the main one that happens is this one, the export project. And this is the one that is gonna, for Windows. It has this 3 snap process here that I wrote. So this gets the executable from the template path that I show there. In this case, it's going to be this one. So it gets the executable, whatever executable I have here, which is going to be the engine executable. And it's just going to copy that with the name that you selected on the GUI there, the name of the final executable of the game. So just copying the executable from the engine to be the executable for the name you selected there. And it does that with the editor, or with the dir_access class. It finds the path again, and then it's just gonna copy based on the, this function here, it copies the engine executable to the path you selected on the GUI, the file selector, to be the name of the game, final executable. And then this other function is just gonna call rcedit, if I remember. It calls rcedit, which is a Windows program that allows you to change the executable. And it's just gonna add additional information to the executable file, to the version and other stuff like that. And this is based on the configuration I have, I think. I don't remember if it's on the exports presets config, but I think it is. Or it might be somewhere else. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. It executes here, so this calls rcedit based on whatever path you have on the editor settings, which figures out in the beginning here. Is basically this line here. And gets the path that you set on the editor, because this gets the editor settings to the executable of the rcedit, and then it executes that based on the arguments, which are based on the whatever file you have the configurations for the export. I think it's the export presets config. So whatever you put there is going to parse, and it's going to add that as a command line argument here, which is going to change the executable, the final executable we have, by adding this additional information, which is not necessary to run, but it's probably better to have. And then the final one is the one that is confusing, which is the one that creates the package. So if you put embed package configuration, it's going to open the executable. It's going to create a temporary file. On this function here, the save pack, is going to create a temporary file. And it's going to write, it's going to find all the resources that your project needs, and it's going to write to the temporary file. And then it's going to write the engine as well on that file, I think. And then on the end, it's going to replace the executable you already have with the new file, which is the temporary file. And I think that it deletes the temporary file, but I don't remember. The path is the local roaming, so I'm going to show. Or app data local, and then Godot. App data local and Godot. And here they create these temporary files. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna show there, I think. I can see now. So they probably delete. So they create temporary and write a bunch of stuff and then delete later, after they copy the temporary file to the original one. So this is the parts, I think it's on this function here. Yeah, so this is the part where it creates the temporary file. And the path there is going to be this cache there, which is the directory that I was showing. And it's going to create the spec_temp file. So let me see if it created already. Yeah, this file here. So this is the file that they're going to write everything first. They get all the resources, and then they write the executable using some functions from the spec data here, which is the same class that they're going to use when you're running the engine in the beginning. They call project settings, which is the class that has the project.godot information, and they call the setup from that function, from that class. So it's globals setup, because the global is the project settings. It's a static class. No, it's a singleton, which is like one instance of the class for everything. And then on that function, they are gonna see if the executable has the resources on it based on the same pack data here. So they just use the other file access and dir access to open the file. and then they use the functionality from this class, if I remember correctly, to parse the bytes of the file, I think, and see if the scribble has the resources embedded into it. So I'm gonna skip a bunch of stuff because there's a lot of things that's kind of confusing to understand. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this. So this one is for the icon, I think, but it probably depends on what kind of resource you have there. It's just parsing the resources you need for the project. And these other files is creating on the directory of the project you have. So in this case would be here. So some of these files here is the ones that is creating here. There's other files that your project's gonna need. So one of the files is this one, the other one's this, and there's another, I think, on the roots. I think this files here, it creates this hash. So it's creating these files here, or the resources, and it's gonna put this on the temporary file there. But it also creates them here on this path. So the recent dirs is probably here, not on the other one. I think it makes more sense to be on this folder because it had the RAS there, but it's gonna keep track on both folders, apparently. I don't know. I should put the breakpoints there. Oh fuck, I skipped. It calls a bunch of times, but the func there that is gonna call is the callback function that it passed. Which is this function here. So this function passed as a callback function to the other one. And this is going to be the main one that writes the information to the file. So one thing is that's the star8, I think, function that it calls. It is from a different place than if you press F12 to go to the definition. And I think it's just because of some VS Code stuff. But at some point, it's going to use, I think, is either this or the PD here to call the star8. And that's the one that is going to write information to the file. So I think it's on this FTMP here, which comes from the pack data. And this is a pointer to the other one from the other function. It's kind of confusing, but... so I think it's this star buffer here. No, it's this star8 here function. But maybe the star buffer calls as well. So it isn't this one, it's the other one. So this one is the main one that is gonna write stuff, I think. As far as I understand. At this F right here, I think it comes from Windows. So if you press F12 to go to the definition, it doesn't go to this function. It goes to another one. So this is from Windows, and it's just gonna write to the file. Let me see. Goes. Oh, now it's going. So maybe it's another one that I was looking at. Because I remember that I pressed F12 in some. It was star8, I think, but then it was just a function that it threw an error. But maybe it was another place. This part's very confusing still because of the way that they do this with this PD here, this packet data. I'm just gonna go back. I think I'm gonna go back again to not waste much time. So it basically just writes everything on the temporary file, and I think that later it copies everything. This is still on the temporary file, if I remember correctly. I can see it from here. So it's on temporary file, but I think this temporary file is on the same on the root of the project, but I don't remember really well. Maybe not. So it is this file here, so it's still not the final one. And then I think only at the end there, it's just gonna copy. But you get the point. So I think I'm just gonna at some point here, I don't remember exactly where, but it's gonna copy the temporary file to the final file. It's obviously one of these files here, but I don't remember exactly where. It's probably here somewhere. And then here is just gonna delete, I think, the file there. Oh, actually, it should be here. So the function there, it creates everything. And I think on the other function is the one that it copies. Or maybe not. Or it could be this one, actually. So somewhere there, I don't remember where, but it's gonna copy. And then deletes the other ones. But I think that's basically everything. And then it's just gonna go back to the main loop there. So what I'm gonna do now is just put the breakpoints based on this stuff. I have to clarify exactly what I'm gonna need. So I need to figure out how to draw the arrows. Watch, I have to see. So I'm gonna open the editor and then I'm gonna look based on the editor for the nodes. So I'm pretty sure the mesh instance 3D is the one that is the class that you use to create the meshes, and then changing the one of the attributes there, one of the member variables, you select what kind of mesh is gonna be. So I think I have to see on that one if there is the same one that I was using, which I think is tube geometry to create the line, and the other I have to look into the other projects. I'm gonna open the SoftVis project and write down the classes that I had there, and then try to see if there's something similar on Godot, which probably has. And I'm gonna do that from the editor first. If I can't find it, just use ChatGPT or search online. And then after I figure out everything that I need to create that scene, I have to think about the control nodes as well, which I don't understand very well. So it's mainly going to be control nodes, then the meshes that I need to create the arrows, the edges, and the balls. And then after that, figure out the GD script, the connection with GD script. So after I write everything down, I'm going to add to the steps here. I think this has to come after. So search for the meshes, then write down, clarify how GD script is connected to methods. So those are the main things. Yeah, I already have these ones. So these ones are the same pretty much. I guess I'm gonna. So this is the stuff that I'm gonna do. So put the breakpoints there, then step over. I'm gonna remove the ones that I have as well. Maybe I should leave them here because yeah, I'm just gonna follow the steps there. I'm gonna take a break to do some tea, and then I'll be right back. It might take longer than half an hour, but I'll be right back. It took a longest time, but I'm back. So I'm just gonna continue there. I was gonna open the. So now I have to see because there's so many projects that I don't remember really well. I think it's on codes and then software is, but I don't remember. So I'm gonna write down. Or I think I've put this on another folder as well at some point. The sphere I know they have. It's gonna be a sphere. I think I'm pretty sure the other one is tube geometry. And the mesh basic material, mesh funk material doesn't matter that much because I was using this the basic, so probably the mesh that they have there that I've seen already is gonna be enough. The main ones that I'm not really sure is this geometry, tube geometry. And cylinder geometry is the one that is used for the arrow, I think. And I think this quadratic basic Bezier curve is just a bunch of functions, so I probably can. This one I'm pretty sure I did on the Raylib one, I think. The sphere to and then tax. The tax is actually I remember that I was searching for this at some point, and there is an option to build bar tax, but I don't remember. I have to see based on the editor there. The one that I'm not really sure is the C++ one that I did. So I think it's this one. No, this one was the one that I was using to study the tax. I should try one by one, I think is easier. I don't think that I did the quadratic Bezier curve, but I remember seeing on the animation thing that's it's just basically based on control points, I think. So yeah, it is gonna be kind of annoying to transfer the class to C++, I think. So I have to, maybe they have something, they probably have something, they must have something on Godot that is similar. So, so I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. But I didn't build the class here. So I just built, I did based on this, was with Graph Boost. But I don't think that this one is relevant. I didn't put, I just put this random things here, random position, and I didn't do the curved lines. I was gonna do that, and then I didn't do it. Or maybe I did. No, it's something else. So I'm going to open, so so it's learning OpenGL, the name. These are the functions that I was talking about before. In the middle of the main iteration on the physics process, it calls this process, both in the physics process and in this process here, it does a loop, and then it calls the notification function for each node. So this happens, I think, whenever you have something that depends on the physics engine, and then it's just going to notify each node to see, so that you can put the functionality of what's going to happen with the node. And the way that I'm probably going to implement the Barnstad algorithm is just by using the physics engine. And as far as I understand, all you have to do is just change the properties of the nodes based on the calculation that you do with the solver. But it's going to be very annoying, I think. So what I'm going to do is just run the editor now and try to figure out. So the other stuff that I need is control nodes. So the main thing that I have to figure out is obviously like a button with label. So based on the way that I've seen there on the editor, the way that they do it is based on enums that they pass and filters, and then based on that they probably have they do have a bunch of SVG files that represent these icons here on some folder that I forgot where it is, and I think that based on the enums they select which is going to be the one that displays for the button. So if I want a custom one, I remember that I can just find on some websites, and then you just copy the SVG code on a file. So I can probably do the same thing here and just figure out how they are getting how they're putting or connecting the SVG files with the resources class. So I need a button with a label, a slider, an input. What else? Selection box. I'm pretty sure they have all these classes there on the editor. So the node 3D is the base class of all the stuff that is gonna happen on 3D scene. The part that is confusing is the camera 3D thing. That's, I think it has to be, you have to put the camera 3D on the same level, and you can put multiple viewports as well if you want. And you can have multiple different cameras, but I think the camera has to be on the same level that all the other, the root node of the visualization is gonna show. So I would have to put the camera 3D here, I think. Yeah, but the hardest thing to think about is not this, is how I'm gonna do the separation there. How to keep track of the. So the way that I was thinking about it as I was making tea is to get the, like, the thing that I'm not really sure is if they build a data structure on the editor or if they're just manipulating the file. Because I could get the information from the file and then build the data structure that represents the scene tree, and then assume that data structure from the code to build the project. So based on whatever state I have there, but so let me figure out the mesh first. I'm pretty sure that is on the mesh is gonna be that. So I'm gonna add the camera first. So camera is the first one. So add child node. Add child node. And this one I think is the mesh. So I have a sub viewport here. I guess one thing that I can do from the code that would make sense is just like based on the file I get, I check to see if the project has a node, and then if it has a node, which probably would be the root node in most cases, but it could be a different node. If it has a node, then I do a bunch of functionality that creates components for the node. So it's kind of like the part that is not from the GUI is automating the process of creating different components, and then appending these components to whatever node I want, based on the control flow logic that is gonna represent the project. I think that's how I can do it. Obviously, I have to understand how to do each thing first. So the main difference is obviously gonna be on the one that you select here. I don't remember. I think it is on physics something, and then from physics. And I think that the tree hierarchy that displays here, it just displays is equivalent to the hierarchy of classes that represents the nodes. So I think that the one of the roots is the base class, and then these ones are the ones that derive from the base class. So in this case, the physics body 3D inherits from collision object 3D, which inherits from node 3D. I think that's, I don't remember where's the mesh. So mesh is on visual instance 3D, geometry instance, and the mesh instance 3D. I think this is the main one. Oh fuck. So if I select here. So I'm pretty sure that the way you change is on this inspector. I already wrote this stuff down there on the. So I think that's is on this empty here. Now one thing that I can do is just put breakpoints as well, just see. It's probably better to put the breakpoints and see that if it doesn't break the rendering cycle, which probably is not gonna break. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna search for that child nodes, and then on the connect function of the event, I put a breakpoint there. And here I think that you can select based on the what mesh you want. And I'm pretty sure that I tested with the sphere, so has this tube trail, Toros. This is one is very interesting. So there's a tax mesh. I think these properties here are gonna be the position. So no 3D. And the thing is, where is the physics? So it's probably similar to VJS or to 3JS. Yeah, the mesh accepts the geometry and the geometry has the physics. I'm gonna have to watch some videos, I think, on this. Because I do think there is another way to. I think if you add the from collision something, but I just want to see here if there is the other geometries that I need. Yeah, so the sphere mesh is here. Thanks, man. So I have to see if this tube trail is the same. And the other one's the cylinder. Oh, so it has their cylinder mesh. So I'm gonna select the tube trail mesh. I think it's similar, so maybe it depends on the. Where can I change the radius? I don't think it matters that much. No. I'm gonna look for the stuff later, so I'm just gonna look at the source code there. Should not spend a bunch. Oh, maybe it's here. So I think it is. I'm pretty sure this is the same geometry that I was using there. Probably the only difference is you can change the amount of triangles that they use to build. So the more triangles you use, the closer it looks to a tube. But then the slower it is to render, I think. But I'm just gonna search for this stuff. I'll look into this later. Just save, you press Control S. So I'm just gonna look for this stuff here on the source code. I'm gonna put the breakpoints on the functions. There was another spot that I remember. Because this is just the shortcuts. The scene tree and shall not. Add create new node. I think I have it here. Yeah, so it's gonna call this function. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. No, actually, it's this other one. It might be one of those things that is gonna be similar to the other one, where it's gonna trigger the pressed thing, and then it's gonna depend on the flow of a bunch of emit signals based on, because I don't understand still very well the connection between the message that the window receives and how they are going to translate that into the input class through the display server windows. I think it has to do probably with the position of the mouse and this kind of stuff, and then where I'm figuring out where the GUI element is and where the position of the mouse is to see. 'Cause on the browser, the way that it works, I think the browser is pretty similar. It's pretty much the same functionality of the Mi signal, but the browser probably uses a global object to track all the events, and then when you put add event listener on an object, you're just subscribing based on the global one, I think, which is probably the main event loop. And the way that it works is that when you click something on the browser, it's just gonna go from the root of the tree to that DOM element. It's gonna traverse all the nodes to the DOM element, and then it's gonna trigger the event from the DOM element, and then it's gonna bubble up back again to the top. And if you want to stop that from happening, then on the elements that surround the element that trigger the event, you can put the stop event propagation. So it might be similar here, but I'm not really sure. So in this example, it could be that because this is a child of this, then when you click the button, it's gonna trigger the event here or something like that. I'm not really sure. I guess I can just put uh, like a bunch of breakpoints on all of these functions, see what happens. So this one is interesting as well. So they're basically calling the same function and they just pass different enums here. Attach a new or existing script to the selected node. And there's probably a control flow on this to select what's gonna happen. So the bind there, as far as I understand, is gonna create a callable that is gonna make the arguments of the function. Whenever you meet the signal, the function is gonna have the arguments that it binded, sure, bound, sure, however you say that. And then it has a switch statement here that is gonna do something depending on what kind of thing happened. So this is the main function. So I'm going to run the debugger, I think. The create's probably not going to be, because there's going to be a bunch of things. It's not very good. The matches. I'm also going to search for the inspector and the other thing. Inspector, I remember searching for, so it is empty as well. And I think there isn't many. Maybe it was the empty that I found. There's a bunch of stuff. And the empty, I'm pretty sure that there isn't a lot. It's probably gonna be on the same thing that creates this empty here. And there's a attach script as well. Attach script. And after I put this tree, I'm just gonna run and see what happens. I can also load. Oh, the radius is here. But it just changes the magnitude. It just also the steps is here, so probably that's how you change. Yeah. So the more steps you put, the closer it becomes to a circle, because it's based on triangles. It's probably they're running an algorithm. So if you put 100, so I'm just gonna write this down as well. Yeah, so that's the one that's so fuck. tube trail mesh. I think so I have all of them. Sphere mesh, cylinder mesh, tube trail mesh. I'm gonna write here. So I'm gonna search for this as well. Hmm. So maybe it comes from a third party. The first thing that I'm gonna do is just put the, it just adds the meshes to the scene. And after adding the meshes, you have to add the script, I think. And then the script changes the physics. So, but when adding the mesh, it's already, I already have to take into account the steps there that you need to do to select what kind of mesh it is gonna be. And the thing that I remember from the documentation that I'm not really sure how it's gonna be, because I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to, like the way that I'm thinking about doing is obviously create a bunch of different spheres. So if you're gonna do that through the node, I think it doesn't make sense. So what they recommend on the documentation is to use GDScript to do this. So I think that this is probably the best. It is probably the way you should do it. But if you do it like this, it's kind of more annoying because you need to have the algorithm. So what I can do is just copy the one that they use to create from the GUI and then puts the functionality in the middle. So the way that they recommend is you create a GDScript and then you put this code here, creates mesh instance 3D. I think the extends has to be the name of the node you have. So in this case, on the documentation, they create a mesh instance 3D, then they attach a GDScript to that, and this extends the node. Then create an array, and it will put vertices, UVs, normals, and indices. And then after that, yeah, you insert the code to generate the mesh, which I'm probably gonna get. I can either get from 3JS or 3PP, or get from the way that they do it. Just figure out the way that they create the sphere, and then replace the code here. But I think I have to figure out. Uh, so I'm just gonna figure out how to do a simple circle first, and then I figure out how to attach the script to create a bunch of them. So I think that the correct way to do it is you generate one mesh instance 3D. But this is kind of the problem. Actually, I might have to do a bunch of them because it might be the thing that I encountered on the like long time ago where I was trying to do is like under the hood, because they might be using the same shader program. If you do everything under one node and you just attach the script, it might work like particles where if you change the property of one of them, it changes the property of all of them. But so in this case, like they would be coupled if you do them on the same node. So it might be the case that you have to create a bunch of different meshes and then do from the other level. I'm just doing stuff and figure out how it goes, man. I'm not gonna talk about this, like, just relevant. Someone's asking if I do this for fun or if I wanna or if I have a purpose to reach. I think people watch this and think that I have some plan or something, but I'm just building stuff and seeing how where it goes and following my curiosity. So I don't really know what's gonna happen. I'm just building stuff and seeing how it goes. So maybe I can ask this on Discord or ChatGPT because I think that's more of a question. It would be good to get an answer from someone that has experience building projects to see. Obviously, I can test myself, but it's kind of annoying because you have to figure out the code to put on the GD script. Just I'm gonna have to find the algorithm. So I guess I can ask there. Oh, there's also this other. I have to. So I know that I have the geometries here. So the other thing I have to is how to. But I guess the I'm gonna have to copy the algorithm. It's just gonna be a kind of annoying. So the way to solve this is just to figure out here, I think. Oh, there's curve here. Interesting. Oh, so you can do it here. Huh. Very interesting. Oh, but this is to change the geometry. That's not what I want. But probably it allows to do something here. There must be a way here to create a curve from this. I have to figure this out. But it's probably not that important now. It's probably better to just figure out this stuff first and do everything with a straight line, and then after that I figure out. But the other question I was gonna ask, I already forgot. Oh yeah, well, what is better? What is the difference between creating a bunch of different meshes using GD scripts attached to nodes and creating a bunch of nodes of different mesh? This is the main question that I have, so I'll try to ask on Discord, see if anyone, and then maybe ask ChatGPT. Because I think this relationship is the one that I thought about when I was studying 3GS, is that the GDScript one is going to be, they're going to basically use the same program because they're part of the same class. So the attributes of the nodes are going to be coupled with each other, I think. And if you build different nodes, then it allows you to, each node is going to be different. I think that's the main difference. So if that's the case, I'm going to have, so there's probably an optimal way where you figure out based on the data if the nodes are going to be the same or not. And then if they're the same, you make them a part of the same node. So you write them on your GDScript, and if they're not, you create a different node. But then obviously to simplify, it's easier to create separate nodes. But I think I know I have to figure the other stuff out first. So I'm gonna start from the simple steps. So I think that the first thing that I have to focus on is on how to create a mesh and select the type using the editor functions. Then once I figure that out, I can move to the other stuff. So I'm gonna close, save and close. So also I have to figure out how to, but I think the camera is gonna be pretty much the same functionality. The only difference is gonna be which one is selected. And I want to see if I can, obviously I want to do the least amount of work possible. But I think that I can make things like more optimized because Godot probably does a bunch of things that update the GUI. So what I assume that is happening under the hood is just gonna, like, there's gonna be extra functionality to handle the GUI and stuff like that. But the main thing that is important for the scene itself is just creating the class. So when you select the mesh there and you select what kind of mesh it's going to be, it just creates the class, and then there's something on the mesh instance 3D class that determines what is the type of the mesh. And you're just changing that state based on the properties on the inspector there. So from my code, what I can do is just initialize the class and then change its state directly. And then I have to figure out, but the main thing to figure out is how to save. So I have to search for the control save there as well, because the save is the main thing that is going to write to the file. So I think that's going to be the flow. So my function, you just create the classes and then you call the editor nodes, just save this stuff to the sync file. So I have to get the sync file first, and that's harder to figure out because it depends on the initialization, I think. So it's probably going to be based on I think it is based on the project Godot file, which is going to be, it's going to update the project settings, and then the editor is going to be based off that. But I have to figure out a way to make it easier to see exactly how that's happening. So, because I need to, but maybe I don't have to, I can get directly from but I have to figure out how the editor keeps track of that. But it's probably going to be on the editor settings, and it's going to be on like this selection there. I can search for this thing and then walk backwards. Because I remember putting breakpoints there on the GUI element that is responsible for saving the scene and other stuff. So hopefully after, because this is kind of the problem. So either I can put conditional breakpoints and then, but hopefully it's gonna continue to run after the initial setup of everything. If I can't do that, then I think I have to look into manually. Yeah, I think it worked. So the one that I was talking about is this thing here. I'm not really sure. So I'm gonna search for this other stuff here and put breakpoints here. A save scene. The thing is, I wanna do the reverse, but I think searching for this probably will help me understand, because I wanna understand how the editor loads, and I think it's gonna load from the Godot project settings configuration. Loads the initial state of the scene, so that it can load this thing here. Because I need to get from the code there from I need to get the data structures from the points of the scenes. So I need to load the classes that are here. And I have to understand how the editor does this. So it's probably going to be walking backwards to the points, like understanding the relationship between classes and then walking backwards on the constructor to see how they are initialized. It's probably, no, actually, it can't be on the, it has to be based on the files, because the files keep track of the state. So the key is to figure out the, I can search for the special files there, export presets, the project Godot, and the other one. And then put breakpoints on there in the beginning. So I'll go from both sides. I think that's what I'm going to do. So the high level is just the stuff that I'm doing now. Just understanding the classes that are important and how they're going to be called. And then the lower level is from the beginning of the project setup and the editor node setup, where it's going to load the project first, display the scene. So first I need to get the state, which is this current scenes current data that it has. Then from that point, figure out how to interact with that to create the stuff dynamically. So here, yeah. So when I click there, it's already going here. But that's kind of weird because I didn't click on the empty, obviously. It's weird that's, but I guess it goes through the update resource. So I probably have to change this or to remove so that I can see the other one. I should have puts here as well. So this is what I mean when they do everything based on enums. Like the size is selected based on this stuff here. And I think it's the abstract base classes that are the ones that interact with the display server class, which is the base abstract class that handles the display servers, and the derived classes are the ones that create the window. So in the Windows case, display server windows. And those classes that inherit from display server are the ones that actually do the calls to the other servers, which are the classes that communicate with Vulkan or whatever driver you're using to actually queue commands to the command queue. So put commands on the command queue, which is the thing that is going to be used to actually draw this stuff. So this happens because when you click there, the thing changes. And this is the notification function that I was talking about that it calls for each node on some parts of the rendering cycle. It's pretty impressive that they built all this stuff. Can imagine how hard it was for. No wonder why it took them so long to build everything. It's very complex. And I wonder how they like debug this stuff because obviously they did not have the editor to do it. It's very complex. Maybe this is not the best way to do it because it might be just easier. Because like I said before, I don't have to. A bunch of this functionality is just going to be related to all the other stuff from the editor. I just have to figure out the main parts of how they translate the data that is being created with the editor into the files. I think that's much easier. Because if I figure that out, then all I have to do is just initialize the classes that I need there, and then just directly write them to the file. So the main function to figure out is just the functions that they. It's probably going to be the control save one that does the writing. So I need to figure that one out, I think. But the thing is, I'm not really sure. Like if I use that function without doing the other stuff, if it's gonna fuck it up. And so I have to understand what exactly is happening when you save the thing. 'Cause the information for the scene should be stored on those classes, I think. And then probably when you save, it's going to translate that information into the file. So I think when you don't save, the thing that is being displayed there is just the current data from the classes. And then when you save, it should allow me to understand how they're translating the information. I think that's probably the best thing to do. I'm gonna try this other button here. So this one doesn't trigger the other. So new to create dialog is gonna be from. This is not cool. And because everything that shows up there is from one specific scene. So when you're adding the nodes, you're already on that scene. And then if you want to change scenes, you have to go into the scene there and select a new scene option, I think. So the data that the editor displays is for one specific file, I think. So, and apparently it's gonna hold everything on here. Let's see. So it has the path, and then the roots probably, yeah, so it's a node, it's an array today. This is another thing. Like based on the nature of the GUI, you have to edit one thing at a time. But I can probably figure out a way to edit all the things at the same time. So I think it's a good idea to try to like do a different functionality. So I have to figure out the main stuff. I think the most important stuff is the read and write to the file. And how are they managing the settings? Because that's the only thing that matters if I'm not gonna use the GUI. So get the state, which is probably gonna be on this class apparently. So holds this vector of edited things, editor data, and this obviously is gonna be initialized on the editor node. I think that I remember there is some functionality. So on the export path there, at some point it calls a function from this class. And I remember this, the path that that class uses is the path to the project. So I think in this, is this path here, the editor data path? Or it could be, it's one of these paths here. So it's probably this class that holds all the information for the scene. So I'm gonna continue to step over to edit the scene root. So the editor data is gonna store the scene. But the thing I'm not really sure, it probably stores the one that's. So I have to see what is the relationship between the scene before it's saved and the scene after it's saved, if it is using the same class or not. So this is a function from the object class. Here is gonna look for, which I went over this on the signals and on the ads, or it's basically they're gonna call the class DB stuff to get to retrieve from the global object that stores all the classes, uh, the name of the class. So in this case, it's going to be area 2D. So it's basically getting the name of the current node. The node that is the root of the current scene. Yeah, that's what's happening. But there is not going to show when it's up over because it's defined in this macro here. But I think it's going to get this name eventually. So the root class is gonna be RHD. Interesting. So probably it's gonna check to see whether or not the one of these classes here is so that's probably the way that they recommend you to do everything based on videos that I've seen as well. So these are the main base classes you're gonna use. The control nodes is for GUI elements, node 2D is for scenes in 2D, and node 3D is for the base for scenes in 3D. So here I think it's checking to see if the current node, the root of the current edit scene is derives from one of these nodes, which are the preferred types. And then it sets the results based on that. So it's putting the results, selecting the results based on whatever element or whatever thing you have there. And now pretty much closed. So this is kind of a problem. I'm gonna do that again. Yeah, because I have to see. I actually have to look for. I'm gonna look for the create label. So I have to see actually. Yeah, I have to go back on the pop-up function there to see what is the class that is going to be responsible for the GUI element that opens after you click on the button. So that's from that class I can search for the create button, and then I can put a breakpoint on the callback on that thing. And then I have to remove the one that I have now because maybe I can see from here. Pop-up editor, maybe it's this one, but it's putting hide here. It's probably a different one. This one. Or maybe not. I think it is probably this one. Because this function probably is called as well when you select the item. So it should be... Yeah, so I think this is the function that actually happens when selects. So it might be this one. So it's probably this stuff. It's gonna be on this. Yeah, but this is gonna be... So I think that this works in the same way that the file editor works. They probably use the same... they reuse the same classes. And then they change the style based on the enums, I think. So the way that it's going to work is that this is also going to be, I think, an abstract base class, and then depending what kind of pop-up you want, there's going to be derived classes, yeah, for this. And then this one is going to have functions that handle the GUI elements, which are going to probably depend on how you set the filters and stuff like that. But it makes a, I think it's not that hard because if I put breakpoints there on these functions, it's gonna break when I select there. So what I have to do is just figure out what functions run uh, to show the pop-up. It's probably gonna be this one. But it is kind of annoying because Now, I guess if I put the breakpoint on this one, then I go over the execution, I'm gonna be able to figure out. Hmm. There isn't anything obvious here that's... I'm trying to figure out how can I find the GUI element that opens after you click the button there, so I can figure out where to search for the create. Hey, what's up, man? Just saw your message, not sure if you're there. The goal is to create a scene from code on Godot instead of using the GUI, the editor GUI, but also be able to use the GUI if I want to. So I'm studying the source code of the editor to try to understand how it works, so I can use some of the functionality that they use to run everything straight from code from C++ to create a scene instead of doing on the editor. The other, yeah, should look into the constructor of this. But I think that these three classes are just gonna be the main tree that is used on the rendering cycle is the scene tree class and not the tree class. So I'm not really sure what is the relationship between them. CPP using lib Godot. I'm not really sure. I never heard of lib Godot. I know I've searched a little bit and I've seen that someone did an extension for C++. So you can use C++ to build as a module. So, but that works more in like replacing GDScript to create a scene. Uh, you can do that by creating a module, or you can create a plugin as well. And there's another option to link as a dynamic linked library. But I felt like none of these options were exactly what I was trying to do. And the way that I'm trying to do more now is to make it as a part of the editor itself. So initially today, actually, I was thinking about it. I was gonna do it as a folder separate from the editor because it's easier to think about it for me. But then after thinking about it some more, I think it's better to just make it as a subfolder. And I'm calling it headless. So I basically changed the configuration of the build system and how it parses the command line arguments there to put another function on the engine so that when you pass another argument, when you run the editor, if you pass headless here when you run the editor, then it doesn't open the GUI. It's just gonna call the function that I set up here, which is gonna be the main entry point. And then from this function, I'm thinking about. I'm not 100% sure exactly what I'm gonna do, but I wanna create. I think the first thing that I'm gonna try to do is just create components. So for example, the same way you can have on the editor there, where you add a child node to a scene, and then you select the type of the node, and then you change the properties of the node from the GUI. what I'm trying to do is just do that from code and then add, like create the scene straight from the code here from the function. And then I'm trying to think about clarify how I'm gonna synchronize that with the editor so that I can do both things at the same time. So if there I want to build some elements for of the scene from code, for example, I do it from the function, but other elements I might want to do it from the GUI. So I'm trying to think about what is the best way to structure things so I can do both. And in order to be able to run these functions from this one, I have to understand how the other functions from the editor work to create the GUI elements. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So this is probably the function. This is for hiding, but I think it doesn't matter that much. And this could be one. Oh, so this is opening the options and everything. Well, actually, this is the create. So the create shows up here. Huh. So this is the function that creates the pop-up that is going to show there. And this is probably the button. It's the same way that the other one worked, the export project one. It's just changing the what is reusing the same button, which is probably going to be the same button class. And you uses pretty much the same functions to change the name of the button. So yeah, I have to. So based on this class, I have to see what is the function that. So now I think I know what to do. Oh, it's gonna be the same on the accept dialog. So I think all of them are pretty much the same. Because this class is also used on the other one. So if I put the breakpoints on the connection of this one, it's probably gonna stop when I put on create, and I have to disable the other breakpoints. Just go to the thing here, then OK button, and then see the press. So this is probably the function that always runs whenever you click a button from a pop-up. Because I think all the pop-ups use the same classes, they just change the data. And I think it makes sense to do this, but it makes it a little bit more annoying to see what's going on. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's probably this one. Oh, so this is the one that opens the pop-up there. This function. It's the window function. Yeah, exactly. Editor headless making CLI. Pretty much. Uh, but I'm probably not gonna put. I'm thinking about making based on whatever you pass. So when you wanna open the editor straight from the command line directly without using the project manager, you just have to pass the /e in the path and then pass the path of the project, and that's the situation that I'm thinking about doing. So I'm gonna put a condition there that checks to see whether or not the now that's a good thing to think about as well that I didn't realize. Like, what happens if you don't pass the path and you pass the editor? Yeah, but I think it doesn't matter that much because I'm probably not gonna like try to implement this or make them implement. It's more for myself. So I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I'm gonna think about the design of the function to get the get from the project settings what's the current project, and then get the information from the project settings class, which is the class that they use to figure out the project settings as the name says. So I can do the functionality based on the files or the information that the project has. Just gonna contain the files and then add this stuff from there. Fuck, I think I closed the wrong thing there. So they're both functions from the window, and this function, these functions are gonna call the display server, which is a base abstract class that is gonna handle the window. So these functions are the ones that are directly related to the servers that are gonna actually do the drawing by calling some Vulkan function or command queue or whatever. So this is probably the function that actually creates the pop-up, and it does that with the display server. Set position. No, I don't think I'm gonna post on GitHub. Well, I'm not really sure though. Yeah, I'll think about it, but not really sure. You can obviously watch this stuff and copy yourself. It's gonna be a lot of work. But I'm more focused on the stuff that I wanna build with this. Yeah, I'm not probably not gonna put on GitHub. I have to remember to remove the puts here. I'll do this right after I start streaming. I think this is pretty much the end of the thing there. So I'm just gonna press F5 and then remove the other breakpoints. See if I can open the window there. Yeah, it's basically the end. Just press F5. Also, it is open. Okay. So I wonder what happens if I don't select anything. Okay. And so it is like I was saying, they are always going to use the same button because they're using the same classes. The only thing that changes is the state of the thing based on whatever creates the pop-up elements. Oh fuck. I pressed F10 by mistake. Hmm. So maybe this is the file, this is the function that is, but I don't think it's, maybe it's, I can see from the after. So it's writing to a temporary file. I think that's how it works with everything, which makes a lot of sense. So when you don't press, when you don't save, it creates these temporary files to display this stuff there that you have. And then when you save, it probably copies the stuff from the temporary file into the actual file. So I think I have to figure this out because it's probably better for me to do the same thing. But I'm not really sure if it's necessary because like I'm gonna write, but it's probably better because if something happens along the way, it's better to not rewrite the same file. So it's getting from editor paths, got project settings there, create recent baseline. I guess it's easy. All I have to do is just copy this stuff. So it's getting the type based on this stuff, which is the type's gonna be the node that is selected. I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm already tired, so probably gonna continue this tomorrow. I'm just gonna continue to do the steps there. So now is the hard part, I'm probably gonna have to spend a bunch of time figuring this out because I need to clarify my mind on how to do things. I need to think more about what approach is gonna be probably the best, which I think is gonna be like figuring out these functions that create the files. So maybe I think this flow actually is probably the best. So I'm probably not gonna stream for some time, and I'm just gonna do it like in the same way that I always do. I'm just gonna open on the schedule draw. Then I'm gonna put breakpoints on these parts, and then I'm gonna try to close everything that happens on the stack after these events, and like try to create a flow chart of the execution of functions to create the stuff that I want to create. So I think that's probably the easiest thing to do in the beginning. And then I can test to just call these functions in the same order directly from the function that I have there and see if that works to create a file. So grow from the beginning of selecting what kind of node, then selecting the properties of the node, then writing to the file or saving the scene, and then exiting the thing and seeing if it works. Yo, thank you, man. And after I do this, I follow the execution base, just calling the same functions that the editor calls. Then I can think about whether or not I can simplify because a lot of this stuff is not necessary. And I can just do I create a class and stuff like that, and then just write to the file directly. I think it's probably the best way to do it because I don't need all this other stuff from the editor. I can just create the classes. So I have to. This is the part that I have to clarify: is that what questions to ask to see what's fundamental about the thing. So I can just create the classes and write to the file, and from that point, and also synchronize the state, like figure out how the editor loads the sync first. So I'm probably going to spend a bunch of time clarifying that. And once I have a clear picture of the flowchart and everything, then I come back to the string, and then I'm probably going to build the function there. So yeah, so not really sure when I'm gonna come back, but I'm definitely gonna be continue to do this. So see you then.